say the matchmaking brilliant. Quintana, yeah, that's more of a balance issue there. And I think I wanted to see the replay there to see if it was a shot landed, because I think that round was up for grabs. I'm actually going to give it to Quintana, actually. I thought he'd done the more. I thought he landed some good shots, nice jabs. It wasn't much in it, close round, but kind of like the work in the first minute and a half from the Mexican.
Round 2 underway. Look at Leobardo Quintana just racing across the ring to land a body shot on Reito Satsumi. He's back on another major undercard and being spotlighted on these shows where he sees himself on the top of the bill later on in his career.
Yes, Corey, and of course Reito, ring ambassador, like you said, he has the backing of His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, and so does his older brother Hayato. And Reito was fighting with a heavy heart. He was emotional, Corey, as he spoke about Hayato fighting for his first world title on his card against Jazza Dickens. Fortunately, suffered a fractured orbital in sparring, had surgery earlier this week, and we wish him well.
Body shots here from Satsumi. Katana is the one forcing the fight here as he bangs away to the body with that left hook.
Those attacks that we see, didn't we, last time against Javier Martinez? Brutal attacks to the body from Satsumi. Changes the level so well. He disguises the body shots with such ease. And this is better from Satsumi. Further work in this round, lovely jab, burying the shot up and down. Back comes Quintana.
That jab to the body from Satsumi has been one of his hallmarks in his young pro career. That stab jab to set up that big left hand over the top.
You learn that in the amateurs. This jab is so important. It takes you around the world pretty well. Nice high guard inside as well. Compact Satsumi. Preferring the work now from Satsumi. Back comes Quintana. That was a nice left to the body.
Sneaky body shot there from Satsumi. Oof. This is turning into a phone booth war right now.
Corey, we mentioned earlier that Reito Satsumi in his pro debut in Times Square fought a tougher opponent. That was a 6-round decision against Laval Whittington. And just like this fight, there were a lot of phone booth exchanges.
And he looks very comfortable, doesn't he, inside? Someone who's a star amateur, used to fighting on the outside, keeping it, precise, accurate, but very comfortable already, just in his full fight, looking composed inside. Sometimes might take time to develop.
Pivot around the corner there, looking for a left hand. Big improvements here in the second round for Satsumi, and as you look at some of this inside work, Darren, you start to think about those rounds that he spent in the gym with Bam Rodriguez, another lefty who can really be violent and twirl you around at the same time in the inside.
Yeah, invaluable, and you can see already a couple of times I've just seen him shift either side Satsumi, just taking a little step there. To the naked eye, you wouldn't even see it, but they're half a step, and it's just enough to get your shots off and avoid the shots coming back. Exactly what Bam does.
Different posture here from Quintana, just waiting Satsumi out along the ropes, but he keeps another body shot right at the bell. Round 3 underway. Good round for Reito Satsumi there in round 2, and Mike, just to put it in perspective. perspective how sought after Satsumi was as a prospect. I mentioned him getting his Class A license right out of the amateur. In order to get that in Japan, essentially you have a sparring session against an established pro where the commission can evaluate you, but the day after his press conference where he announced he was going pro, that's when he got the call from His Excellency.
Yeah, His Excellency, of course, loves Japanese boxing. That's why we're all here tonight for Night of the Samurai. And again, Hayato is a serious talent too, his older brother. And Corey, I'm looking right now, Hayato's already bleeding. I think it's either from maybe the mouth or the nose, but Quintana's doing some good work on the inside.
Yeah, that blood is now all over the shoulder of Quintana as well.
Getting some good shots though on the outside, albeit close together, on the back foot rather. Satsumi sliding the uppercut through, but I like to see Quintana just get back to the jab, just neglecting the shot, albeit he throws good shots inside. He manages to screw the uppercut after the body shot, but and again there, beautiful left uppercut, Quintana.
Quintana, Darren, is one of those tricky long fighters on the inside who seem like they can kind of octopus through your guard like that with that uppercut that he landed a moment ago.
Yeah, he does. He has an ability to screw the shots, to slip them through, so it's important. And these are all important learning rounds. You've got to keep those elbows tucked in when you're inside to avoid the uppercuts coming through the middle.
Enrico told us earlier this week that in studying Quintana, he noticed he had an unusual rhythm, a very unique rhythm, but slow. And you see it here right there, Darren.
Yeah, nice left hook, and then back comes Quintana, 2 uppercuts, not loading up with the shots. I think that's why he's having success, Quintana. Someone with the reaction speed of Satsumi, if you start loading up, give any signs, any shows to the shots, he'll avoid those easily, and that's what Quintana's doing while he's telegraphing the shot.
And Reito is just busted open right now. The blood is really pouring out.
It's difficult to breathe when your nose is busted. Nice left hook, back
stand there from Satsumi. This is a battle of sheer will and physicality right now. You see the swelling developing around both eyes of Quintana. The blood just gushing from the nose of Satsumi.
Satsumi should get back to his boxing. Show us that pedigree that made you a Class A amateur. Then get behind the jab, although he's having success. Inside, let's see him just use those sharp that footwork that we just demonstrated. Look at that, that's perfect there. Working around the circle.
4 sneaky body shots in a row there from Satsumi. Ravaging the body of Quintana. Rally from Satsumi and a late shot from Quintana a moment after the bell.
Oh, well, let's go.
Quintana fighting for the 5th time already this year. As it looked like he was just looking to tie up blatantly and hit the canvas instead. Now he gets more body shots here from Satsumi, but back comes Quintana, trying to go blow for him right along the belt line of Satsumi.
It's funny, you look at the passage of play there, it's like the volume versus the quality. You see Quintana throwing free to the classy one shot of Satsumi. That's the footwork I like. I really like when he steps either side there. It makes him a very, very difficult fight to fight.
There from Satsumi, and now Quintana off balance.
What you have to love about Reito is he's such a pinpoint puncher.
Yeah, accuracy is on point. Look at that.
Oh, he's down.
Huge
shots. And the way, didn't seem like Quintana was in any trouble for that fourth round, right?
Well, I was saying, wasn't I, right at the very start, brilliant matchmaking, and then a couple of rounds there, you think, wow, is this a bit too soon for Satsumi? But then, look, we started to see the class, didn't we, Mike? We started to see the power, the accuracy, and that is a very good win for now a 4-0 fighter, Corey. I'm impressed.
Well, and Mike, you mentioned his brother Hayato Satsumi, and one thing Hayato has always said about Reito is he wishes he were a little more patient in the ring, the way that Reito is.
To be blonde.
The way that he fought here tonight.
Yeah, he told us he wanted to honor his brother, right? He was emotional about it, and Reito, he was just so patient in setting up those shots. And right there, the gym.
That's insane. I'll go back.
Wow.
Don't change, Reito. Don't change. We love you. You're fun to watch, but an incredible talent. There's an awful lot to work with here. But look at that. As you pointed out, Mike, the accuracy is on point.
And it's no surprise when you're training with a guy like Ismail Salas. His fighters are known for that kind of accuracy, Cuban school of boxing. And I was also really impressed with Reito's head movement, his feints. He's a well-schooled fighter.
Yeah, your ability not to get hit is so important. So that's something he's going to have to learn on as he goes through the ranks. But offensively, the way he finds the target with the body shots, the uppercut, he has a real good knack of sliding in and out of range, left to right. A joy to watch. As I say, that was a tough task against a man who, you pointed out, Corey, has been really full of himself and confident, had a real swagger about himself, believed that he was going to upset the apple cart, but the quality, the talent shone through. Look at that. 2 hooks there, and the power evident. This is a tough man in Quintana as well. Stopped in his tracks, Corey.
What a performance from Reito Satsumi. Speaking of young stars, the generational heavyweight force Moses Itauma storms into 2026, going toe-to-toe with the battle-tested Jermaine Franklin in a 12-round collision. January 24th, live on the global home of boxing, DAZN. All right, we are ready to make this one official as we send it back up to Thomas Schreiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the official time. 1 minute 14 seconds of round number 4. Our referee in charge, Dan Rex Tactison, waves off the contest. Therefore, your winner by way of technical knockout, still undefeated, from Tokyo, Japan, Reito Satsumi.
The 4th victory and 3rd knockout victory of the young career of Reito Satsumi, who stays right on track in terms of his goal, Mike, of fighting for a world title in his 10th pro bout.
Yeah, there's no question he can make that happen. I saw massive improvement, and fighting at 130 pounds now, you really see him physically maturing, Corey, and growing into his body at age 23.
All right, Reito is now standing by with Ade.
Reito, congratulations on win number 4 for you in 2025, your professional year. That was a tough fight, but you was able to outfight him rather than outbox him.
レイトさん、4回目、2025年プロになって4回目の試合、4勝目ということでおめでとうございます。とても難しい試合だったと思うんですけれども、ボクシングがすごかったというよりも、もうファイトで、勝っていたと思うんですが、いかがでしょうか。
そうですね、プロではこういうタイプがやっぱ初めてで、もともとオーソドックスの選手だと思ってたんですけど、ちょっと対策してきたのがサウスポーできたので、ちょっと想定とはちょっと違う。でまた想定してたこう戦ってくるだろうとはちょっと違うやり方できたので、ちょっとこれはいい経験になったなというふうに思います。
Yeah, this is the match was a bit different from what I expected before. I thought that he was more orthodox boxer, but the technique was not what I expected. So I had to adjust myself to fight against him because it was not what I expected.
how was it for you to have to adjust and that experience, having only had 3 fights previous? Was it difficult to find those adjustments early?
まだプロになってまだ3戦しか経験をされてないんですが、どうやってそのように直前に調整するようなことができるんでしょうか。
そうですね、スパーリングなどの練習でいろんなタイプとやっていろいろ経験させてもらって、そういう経験が今日、生きたかなというふうには思ってます。
During I was preparing for this match, I practiced against a lot of different types of boxers. And I could build up my experiences against those different types of boxers. I think that bore some fruit.
Many people in the boxing world are very excited about what's going to happen for you next year. I know you want to be a world champion in under 10 fights. What's the plans next year? It was a busy first year for you.
次のステップということでとても楽しみだと思うんですが、来年はどのようになるんでしょうか。10試合する頃にチャンピオンというお話でしたが、来年はどのようなことを期待したらいいでしょうか。
そうですね、まずは今日の内容的にもやっぱ自分の思ってた内容とはかけ離れた内容だったので、もっともっと強くならないといけないので、まず来年はもう自分のレベルをさらに一歩一歩上がっていって、そうしていけば必然とランキングも上がっていったり、そういう世界への道が近づいてくると思うので、まずは自分のレベルアップを一番に次の試合ではさらに強くなった姿を見せられるようにしたいなというふうに思います。
Nope. Today's match was far below than I expected. So next year,
Oh, they got it.
I have to level up my boxing, and then step by step I just go to the world, and then by doing so my ranking will be going up. So and then world could come to nearer to me. So next year I'm going to level up my skills and then lead to the next level.
I'll be very excited to see what that next level looks like. Final one, it's your first time fighting in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I know you've made a lot of local fans very happy. A lot of Japanese fans are here to support you as well. What's it like fighting in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for you?
リヤドで初めての試合で、たくさん地元のファンの人も日本のファンの人もいらして見てくださいましたが、リヤドでの試合はどのような感じだったでしょうか。
そうですね、サウジアラビアの人たちもみんなすごい温かい人たちばっかりで、本当に、そして今日日本からここまで応援に来てくださった方々や、そしてレミノのペーパービューを買って見てくださった方々に大変感謝しています。ありがとうございます。
Since I came to Saudi Arabia, the people is very welcoming and very warm-hearted. Also, there are lots of fans coming to see my fights from Japan, and also there are lots of viewers of Leminos paying for the licenses. Thank you very much, and that means a lot to me.
Well done, Rita. Thank you very much. We'll see you in 2026. Thank you. Well done. Oh, of course.
あと本当だったら今日兄貴が一緒に出る予定だったんですけど、ちょっと怪我で出ることができなかったので、来年は兄弟でさらにもっと上を目指していくので、これからも兄弟で応援のほどよろしくお願いします。
My brother should have come and fight in the same card with me, but because he was injured, he couldn't make it. So next year, we two brothers will aim at the higher level and then fight together. So you could be looking forward to it.
That would be fantastic to see you and your brother again. Congratulations, well done. Thank you very much. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Ade. And Darren, Reito and Hayato's father, Naoki, was a fitness fanatic, and he built in their tiny little spare bedroom with 6 tatamis, a little room where they could spar. As we look at this fight, Reito basically turned this into like a bedroom brawl, considering the proximity that most of this fight took place in.
Yeah, for sure that's helped. And look, I'll say Quintana first off really started the contest well when he played his part in this throughout, but it was the class, the accuracy, the youth of Satsumi. It was just class. You pointed out by the accuracy on point. 23 years old with the amateur pedigree, the support of everyone behind him. I think the future is very bright. One of the brightest prospects out there, Mike.
No question. And what really stood out to me, Darren, is the way Reito was sitting down on his punches. We didn't see that as much in his first 3 fights, but now he's in the pro ring, and I think he's really maturing at a fast rate.
That shows you experience already. That shows that you're learning already in just your 4th contest that you want to be better. The world's his oyster, Corey. It really is.
So an electric performance from Reito Satsumi to kick off our broadcast as we take a look at the fight stats powered by CompuBox. See the power shots thrown. Again, to your point there, and Quintana was in there. He was gunning for it, but ultimately the accuracy and just the weight of the shots of Satsumi told the tale.
I think aggression plus composure, which we see there from Satsumi, equals a nightmare. He's somebody that's going to be tough to beat. He's got it all, and he's only going to get better, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to get a lot better. Having the support, again, of Turkey Al-Sheikh behind him on these big cards, that big exposure, I imagine makes him train that much harder. And I do want to also give some credit to Quintana.
Yes.
He came into, pick to lose, obviously, but he gave it his all, and he's going to get a lot more opportunities, I think, because of that.
I think so, and I'd like to see that.
So one of the future stars of Japanese boxing, Reito Satsumi, got the action started, but coming up next, it's another future star in Taiga Imanaga, who's taking a massive step up against the world-ranked Arison Garcia.
Imanaga versus Garcia.
The Locker Room, the new home of DAZN's boxing content. All your big hitters, all in one place.
I am not going to stop until I am pulled off of this guy.
The Locker Room takes you further than the ring.
Don't you think you are?
Where rivals collide before the bell.
I personally think a bit of don't really like you.
Where legends are eternalized.
Welcome on board the rivalry line.
And prospects rise.
I do not want to be average, I fear being average.
More exclusive content than ever before.
Look at that blood, you remember what's coming.
Welcome to Inside the Ring, boxing's official show of record. I'm your host, Matt Keller.
Where boxing lives, breathes, and never stops.
I never thought being with Matcher I'd be doing stuff like that.
Weekly content from all your favourite creators, promoters, and influencers. The Locker Room, only on DAZN, the global home of boxing.
Retro. And the news.
We got 2026. I'm coming for everything. This is what I dreamt about. You know what I mean? I was going to war, and you see what I did. We stepped in the monster ball, and he got KO'd. Welcome back to Inside the Ring. Ryan Garcia, one of the biggest stars.
You gotta have these characters, you gotta build them, and then you gotta have the fight.
Because you should be the king of boxing.
The greatest things in the world take patience. In the lab, or it's a level change.
Right there. I felt that.
No one's looking out for boxing's best interest.
Who's Crawford? Where does he fall?
Yeah, I'm gonna need it for sure. Are you on a different level than Canelo?
We're gonna see. Inside the Ring. That's the name of this show.
Welcome back to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Welcome back to Night of the Samurai Ring 5, and it is taking place at this magnificent arena, the Mohammed Abdo Arena, which is so used to hosting so many magnificent entertainers. Tonight it hosts so many magnificent boxers. All right, you can check out the Zone's top boxing shows, Unwrapped, for the week's biggest moments, plus the year in review. That's all going to be available on Sunday. And you can also catch Inside the Ring every single Monday as the team breaks down the hottest topics in boxing. And our On the Ground series offers up serious insight into the preparation these elite athletes endure to get ready for the big battles, with a unique look at our headline fighters Naoya, Inoue and Alan Picasso's camps. And you can take a look into Junto Nakatani's preparation in LA. Just head to the locker room to watch all of these shows right now.
The Locker Room, the new home of DAZN's boxing content. All your big hitters, all in one place.
I am not going to stop until I am pulled off of this guy.
The Locker Room takes you further than the ring.
Don't you think you are? Don't disrespect the guy.
Where rivals collide before the bell.
I personally think you're a bit of don't really like you.
Where legends are eternalized.
Welcome on board the rivalry line.
And prospects rise.
I do not want to be average. I fear being average.
More exclusive content than ever before.
Look at that blood. You remember what's coming.
Welcome to Inside the Ring, boxing's official show of record. I'm your host, Max Keller.
Where boxing lives, breathes, and never stops.
I never thought being with Matthew I'd be doing stuff like that.
Weekly content from all your favourite creators, promoters, and influencers. The Locker Room, only on DAZN, the global home of boxing.
Time now for our second contest of the day. It is Taiga Imanaga, one of the brightest young stars in Japanese boxing, taking on the world-ranked Erickson Garcia. As we look at the tail of the tape, Imanaga with a height advantage in this one. The well-traveled Garcia, 31 years of age, taking this opportunity on short notice, but very confident of his ability to spring the upset. Oh, let's send it back up to our MC, Mr. Thomas Schreiber.
The Ring 5, Night of the Samurai, continues. Let's first welcome to the ring from the Dominican Republic, Edison Garcia.
Well, the WBO's number 10 rated super featherweight, Erickson Garcia, makes his way to the ring, capitalizing on an unexpected opportunity here tonight. Garcia and his manager, Bobby Harrison, have been vocal about the fact that he's ready for any challenge at 130 or 135, and we're preparing to stay busy with a homecoming fight back home in the Dominican on December 12th before receiving the call to fight here in Saudi Arabia. Despite his world ranking, Garcia has taken a proactive approach rather than trying to inch his way up towards a title shot, scoring 5 wins since his lone career loss, including 3 this year, and looks to add another to his big streak here tonight.
And now let's welcome to the ring from Japan, Taiga Imanaga.
Well, as a nearly 5'10" lightweight, Taiga Imanaga is rarely the smaller man in the ring, but that wasn't always the case in his fighting journey. Imanaga began his fighting life in karate, where he was often placed in competition with older and larger opponents after dominating the kids in his age range. But soon, he discovered that boxing weight classes were the great equalizer, embarking on a sparkling 113 and 13 amateur boxing career. His next revelation in the fight world would come when he met his trainer, Japanese boxing legend Akira Yagashi, who was known for his outrageous punch output and durability as world champion. Imanaga said he thought he worked hard until he got in the ring on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the lightweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season, Ring Magazine, Stella, and Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing, in association with Taken. Along with their premium partners, Saudi Tourism Authority, STC, Saudi National Bank, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, and Saudi Airlines. Their strategic partners, Bayer United, Arroyo Cruises, Sadia, Lucid Motors, SHG, and Azure. Their main partners, Pepsi and Arena Fitness Innovation, and their commercial partner, Prime. The judges are Nawaf Al-Hamid of Saudi Arabia, Mike Hale of Wales, and Gary Kitanaski of England. Our referee in charge
will be Volkais Jr. of the United States.
Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing red with white and weighed in officially at 134.5 pounds. A native of Santo Domingo in La República Dominicana, he is now fighting out of Houston, Texas, USA, and brings a professional record of 22 wins, just one defeat. 14 of his 22 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the highly ranked and current WBO and ABO champion, Edison Garcia! And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, he comes to the ring wearing black with blue and weighed in officially at 134.6 pounds. Hailing from Osaka, Japan, he had a stellar amateur career and now as a professional, undefeated with 9 wins. 5 of his 9 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the current Japanese lightweight champion, Taika Inoue.
Yeah!
Mouthpiece. Come closer. All right, gentlemen, you received the instructions in the dressing room. Know what I expect. A good, clean fight. Recibieron las instrucciones que una pelea limpia. Golpes legales, legal punches. Here for you. Legal punches. Here for you. Touch gloves, glove to both of you. Una set de los dos.
And Taiga Imanaga, widely regarded as a Japanese star in the making, can he prove the hype is real and this is his first test on the world level? He's in tough here now, Corey.
One of the most decorated domestic Japanese amateurs ever, depending on the reporting, either an 8 or 10-time amateur champion during his high school career, but taking a big step up tonight against Edson Garcia, again a man who holds a world ranking in a weight class beneath this one, but we've talked to him all week, Mike, and he was very certain that he's very comfortable, in fact, as comfortable at 130 as he is at 135.
Yeah, I was definitely struck by his confidence. I mean, he's definitely here to win. He was excited at the opportunity. Of course, Imanaga was originally supposed to fight Cuba's Armando Martinez, another world-class fighter, an undefeated fighter, and Imanaga fighting another one here in Edson Garcia.
I think as well that the confidence comes from form. You mentioned it there. We just seen, didn't we, the last 5 fights of Garcia, 5 wins, 3 inside the distance. So, you know, he's regrouped from that sole defeat. Very good fight. Gets in a nice rhythm behind that southpaw jab. Buries it, then he'll drop to the body. Really good fighter. Imanaga, though, nice tight guard. A menacing look as he creeps forward, always looking to to land heavy blows. This is really, really good fight. This an important contest for both.
And that lone loss for Erickson Garcia came on Showbox back in 2023 in the hands of Jordan White, and they chalk that up, Mike, to he just got caught early. They don't put much stock in that loss.
No, I mean, you can't really hear, and you're fighting a guy like Imanaga. Erickson Garcia can spring the upset here. He's on to big things.
It was a beautiful left hand that completely took the legs away, completely took the fight away from Garcia.
Again, going back to the potential early danger that Erickson Garcia has encountered in the past in his career.
Exactly that. You've seen in the past, haven't we, how dangerous Imanaga can be with his left hand. Just needs to, I like this from Garcia. He's definitely tidied up from that fight where at times that southpaw lead hand would just drop ever so slightly. And I'm not saying that was the reason he got knocked out of the fight, but still, I've seen on occasions he can be a little loose with that defense, and he has been caught. So I like how he's adjusted since.
From Imanaga, Garcia trying to get his left hand involved here.
I think that's going to be important. You just see there, missing with the double jab Imanaga. He's going to have to bring his feet in. We've seen in the past Garcia move so freely, so quickly.
I think already, Darren, we are seeing one of the issues that Garcia will encounter in this fight, and is trying to find somewhere to land within that airtight high guard that Imanaga has, and in concert with that wiry thin frame, there's not a lot of space to get in there to open him up.
There isn't, and I think the jab to the body would be key there. Start low, finish high. There are gaps, albeit very, very small gaps.
That's time.
There you saw Akira Yagashi in the corner of Taiga Imanaga, Japanese boxing legend, former 3-division world champion who's become one of the hot trainers in Japan, leading fighters like Yoshiki Takei to world titles, and now hopes that he can do the same with Taiga Imanaga as round 2 begins. But Mike, as we were talking about throughout the week, it has been a rarity for Japanese lightweights to reach those heights.
Yeah, and Imanaga himself acknowledged that. It's certainly a rarity, and he's going to have to, really make a statement here if he wants to win a title on the fast track that he's on. And he told us in his last fight, when he won that Japanese lightweight title, that the performance just wasn't good enough, and he was disappointed in his conditioning.
2 Japanese lightweight champions in history, Guts Ishimatsu and Takanori Hatekiyama, the most recent one in the year 2000. And those conditioning issues that Imanaga referred to, in part, were due to the fact that he was suffering from heat stroke in that win over Yudai Murakami. And he said that he felt that about 60% in that fight, that his legs felt incredibly heavy, and yet still scored a near shutout decision.
I'll be honest, well, Murakami, a decent fight. You look at his record, 6-2-1. Yeah, he's a good fighter. So I class that as a good win, albeit with what you've said there, what he was going through. But I'm seeing here already in this contest against Garcia, there's got to be 2 or 3 phases of attack. He's just falling short with the first phase. He's stepping in, falling short with the shots. Go again. I think for Garcia, just getting a rhythm behind the jab. He's moving nicely. He's making Imanaga miss. You've got to then look for the counter. You've done the hard work making your opponent miss. Fire back with the counters. This is better. It's getting closer.
Hand to the body there from Imanaga. Naga. There was a little shoe shine flurry from Garcia earlier in the round. There's another one.
Nice, sharp, 3 shots to the body. Like I say, if there are gaps, it will be to the body of Imanaga. Needs to be careful doing that, Garcia. You cannot be clumsy, leaning over the front foot with that left hand.
Imanaga has a really impressive jab. Long, snappy.
Yeah, he doesn't telegraph it, does he? He commits to the shot. Remember, my dad always says to me, if you're going to throw a shot, throw it properly. Don't pour it out. Don't give your opponent the opportunity to throw a counter. I just like that he just got a bit closer, hasn't he? Already in the second round to Garcia, Imanaga. A bit more urgency on that front foot, a bit more purpose.
The other question, Darren, will be, can the movement of Aronson Garcia, which he likes, can he be using that movement in a proactive way, or is he reactively moving away from Tiger?
Do you know what? I like to see it varying. I like to be proactive in time. Even if you're not throwing a shot for it, you can train. For me, that's being proactive. You're trying to draw out the lead of your opponent, then go again. But you don't want to have too many gaps in between. You want to be busy with the jab.
Triple G enjoying the festivities from here at ringside. Star-studded front row that we have here tonight, Mike.
Yeah, Triple G recently elected the head of World Boxing, so he's going to have a really big say in what happens with the Olympics. You know, boxing had a lot of problems there with corruption accusations. And to Triple G's right, heavyweight champion Alexander Usyk, now Ring Magazine pound number 1 earlier this week after the retirement of Terrence Crawford. Of course, Inoue's going to have his say in the main event.
The second coolest man in the building behind you, Corey.
I don't know, I might rank behind Eddie Hearn also. I'm digging the new look from Alexander Usyk, though. Back to action here, round 3 underway. Tage Imanaga and Aronson Garcia. 10 rounds in the lightweight division as Imanaga steps up onto the world stage for the first time. And looks for that left hand over the top. And we mentioned him winning the Japanese lightweight title last time out, now stepping onto the world scene. And part of the reason for that is what we referred to earlier, Mike. Again, there's been a shortage of elite Japanese lightweights over the year, and I think he and his trainer Akira Yagashi felt that there just isn't the depth domestically to develop him there for the rest of his career.
Yeah, it's a really smart move here, fighting in Dominican Republic with an American. He's fighting out of the U.S. right now, getting that seasoning. And Imanaga was an elite amateur. And I love the Japanese mentality, Corey. These guys aren't trying to fight somebody tough in their 20th fight, their 25th pro fight. He's doing it here in his 10th pro fight.
Yeah, you're ready when you're ready. You haven't got to keep taking these, walkovers, if you like. And I think sometimes as fighters, certainly the top class amateurs that turn professional, you want those challenges. You want to put yourself in with the best. You've been used to doing that in the amateurs, so you don't want to go flat. But I'd like some of the work from Garcia in this round here, being, as you've mentioned, proactive, but on the back foot. He's countered well with the left hand.
Yeah, I felt like there were some good adjustments towards the end of that last round for Garcia, carrying a little bit of that momentum in the first half of this round as Imanaga really sinks that right hand into the body there on the inside.
Imanaga extended the distance in his last 3 fights, and he's fighting on a card with guys like Yuta Nakatani and Naoya Inoue. I wonder how important is it to try to score a knockout here and try to establish a fan base as an action fighter?
Well, Mike, remember in fighter meetings when we asked him, hey, are you gunning for a knockout? He almost laughed. He said, yeah, of course. Of course that's my intention.
He's going to get paid for overtime. And he's got the ability to do it, that's for sure. But it's an educated approach to this fight so far. There's more purpose in the movement. Good
shot hand from Garcia, the right hand to the body, and then comes right up through the middle, and you see the smile on Garcia's face. Big boost of confidence for Garcia right now.
I don't want to get too carried away, though. They just missed with 2 right hooks there. I want to see Garcia getting chinned again, as he did against Wyatt. He needs to stay switched on. Don't get carried away after that's the success.
Yeah, and Dan, you had mentioned earlier that it's a bit warm in here. Does that affect the fighters at all?
Yeah, down the stretch for sure. Yeah, I mean, look, they've all would have worked diligently in the gym, you know, done all the preparation, done everything required, but under those bright lights, the nervous energy, it takes a toll.
10 seconds of the round as Imanaga misses with
That
that
second.
hand. Better round here for Erickson Garcia.
Nice.
Carry that confidence back into the corner. There's Junto Nakatani getting wrapped up in the back again with that cool confidence that you were referring to earlier, Darren. That smile on his face. There's something more frightening about his demeanor.
That's the word, frightening. You know, it's just a man so confident in his ability, you know, and there's so many boxes ticked for him, you know, technically sound, speed is on point, the power is ferocious, and he's experienced now, 31 fights, he's ready now, he's that man who wants to be the man, you know, and there's just so much to like about him, mate.
Yeah, and I spent some time with Junto in Little Tokyo in Los Angeles, sparring earlier this month. And this guy is just so relaxed. He told us the other day that he slept 10 hours. So jet lag, no issue for this guy.
Slept more than you, Mike.
A lot more. I wish. I'm jealous.
Oh, left hand there from Erickson Garcia to kick off round 4. Momentum carrying over into this round. Back comes Imanaga with some body shots. Garcia stands in there and lands 2 more big right hooks.
And he's confident. He really is. That was a lovely left hand. He just comes square, Imanaga. Just relaxing concentration.
We just got more action in the first 25 seconds of this round than we had in the first 3, so they're warming up.
They are indeed. Clash of styles, it really is. You've got the nice moving, free movement of Garcia. He picks the jab really, really well. Looks for that left hand when he gets the opportunity. And then you've got the menacing look, haven't you? That purposeful, creep-forward aggression from Imanaga.
Yeah, there's an improvisational quality to Garcia's work, whereas Imanaga is arrow straight with everything that he's throwing.
Yeah, but variation with the work. You know, he's not predictable. The jab's very good. It's a ramrod jab, as Mike's pointed out, with variation to the body as well. That sets up that left. Good defense though from Garcia.
Erickson Garcia, you know, is looking to become just the second world champion active from Dominican Republic. Of course, that's Carlos Adames defending his middleweight title next month on the Ring 6 undercard against Austin Williams. Tino and Shakur in the main event.
You can see real confidence losing here, Corey, from Garcia. He's looking to hold the center of the ring now.
Well, in some ways, that could work to benefit Imanaga, who will get more opportunities to land those power shots. But as I say that, Erickson Garcia in these stretches has been the more successful.
Yeah, exactly what you said. I don't think Imanaga will mind at all. We won't have to go looking. We've seen earlier on the first couple of rounds, it was that movement back that was struggling or making it a bit of a struggle for Imanaga to land the target. So he's not going to have to look for Garcia. It makes life a lot easier. But as I say, there is a confidence building from Garcia here. Good work though from Imanaga.
Good uppercut there and a right hook, and Erickson Garcia backed up into the corner. That might have been voluntary backing up.
That's a worry, that, you know, like, I don't mind him committing to the shot, but you've got to keep your shape. You cannot lose your shape when you fight someone like Imanaga. You miss, he'll make you pay.
Imanaga fighting far more aggressively now here in round 4, and you see he's pushing Erickson Garcia back and kind of really controlling the pace here.
I like this as well, you know, there's
That
no
second.
rounds where it's sweet, it's sweet. You know, Garcia wanting to let Imanaga know, you're in my fight now, this is my time. And then back coming in
Side.
back up.
Well, the IBF Super Welterweight champion Bakram Murtazaliev returns to action against the mandatory challenger Josh Kelly. They're set to square off for their long brewing title bout in Newcastle on January 31st, live here on DAZN.
Yeah, good work. Really, really good work. Good start from Garcia. Landed that lovely left hand. That was right at the start of the round. So he's coming a bit square, just over-committing with the shot. But then back come Imanaga with some good work, heating up nicely.
I only hear you Spanish though.
Round 5 underway. Imanaga and Erickson Garcia. Imanaga, member of the Ohashi Gym, a stablemate of Naoya Inoue. Just a boatload of talent in that Ohashi Gym. And Erickson Garcia, Mike, as you mentioned, now living in Houston, Texas, which is one of the most talent-rich boxing cities in the United States.
Yeah, he's definitely getting quality sparring. You're, of course, trainer Ronnie Shields in Houston, Charlo brothers, Shakur Stevenson, so there's no shortage of quality sparring he would need to prepare for a fighter like Imanaga.
One thing I like about Houston as a fight town, too, there seems to be collaboration between those gyms. Guys go to different gyms to get work, and that's why you see a guy like Erickson Garcia. He's spent rounds with names like Shakur Stevenson in the past.
Yeah, and another fighter out of Houston, Keyshawn Davis, going to be fighting also on January 31st, making his debut at 140. Maybe we can see Keyshawn and Imanaga in the future.
I can't tell you how important that is, or how valuable being able to spar with class opposition, week in, week out. Same with London for me, it was just there, the hotbed for boxing in the UK, and you're very fortunate. You feed from that and you learn from it.
Left hand to the body there from Imanaga, scraping shot right along the belt line.
That's better with a feet, look at that. Really stepping in behind that double jab. But again, Garcia's showing that he's not phased at all. Looking to hold the centre of the ring.
Those body shots for Imanaga, Darren, as you pointed out, they seem to be there for Imanaga, but it also at times it feels like Garcia is kind of offering that up so that he can counter up top. He's almost willing to accept one of those shots so that he can counter with a right hook.
Exactly. I think that's the shot. Once Imanaga commits to the body, certainly with the left hand, you throw that right hook. The shot that he favours. Good work again to the body, but I feel like the work from Imanaga may have slowed down this movement from Garcia. Although there is a confidence coming from Garcia, I think it's the work to the body, Mike, that has slowed the movement down.
Absolutely, Darren, and I love the physicality we're seeing from Imanaga and the aggressiveness. Every time they're in the clinch, you see Imanaga shoving in with both hands, creating some space for those body shots.
There you go, exactly what there from Imanaga, right on cue.
He needs to build on this, Imanaga. These are good, positive signs for Imanaga, in my opinion. Again, I don't like that lead left hand from Garcia.
He got countered with a right hook. And perhaps that's the danger you're worried about there.
Exactly that, but look when he steps in behind the jab, he throws a nice 1-2, then lands the left hand. You're in such a better position to throw that shot. And I think the uppercut is there for Imanaga once he throws that left hand, so he just needs to get that timing.
The monster is loading, and he's doing his own hand wraps as well. Check this out, Mike.
Yeah, just like Pacquiao, right? Another great fighter from Asia that likes to do his own hand wraps. These guys are always so relaxed.
31 fights, no defeats, 27 knockouts. There is not a blemish on his face. This man was born to grace the ring. He really was. An exceptional talent. I can't tell you how excited I am to be sat here ringside about to commentate on an Inoue fight.
Now his brother Takuma in the background as well. He won a world title fight against a major star in Tenshin Nasukawa a little bit earlier on this year, setting the stage for his brother here tonight.
Yeah, Corey, you were on the call for that one. I enjoyed watching that fight. That was one of the best action fights I thought of the year. And Takuma, a much improved fighter, their father and trainer, Shingo Inoue, does not get enough credit in my opinion.
Potential trainer of the year, loading as well. We'll see, depending on what Inoue could do tonight in our main event. Again, against Alan Picasso as round 6 begins here between Taiga Imanaga and Erickson Garcia. A fight that, to this point, has been kind of a tale of adjustments back and forth.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen moments of Garcia looking to hold his feet, trying to screw shots through the middle. Imanaga trying to get closer. I think that's been the battle for him. There was a couple of rounds that we've seen Garcia looking to hold his feet for that favour Imanaga, but I like this. There's a confidence, isn't there, from Imanaga creeping forward. That jab, Mike, as well, that you pointed out. Good variation, stabbing into the body.
Yeah, it just feels like since the beginning of round 4 that Imanaga's fought with far more urgency, and you love to see that. Sumi's feeling the pressure, fighting on his card with 2 Japanese greats and 2 greats at ringside as well, and Golovkin and Usyk. Darren, do you ever feel that kind of pressure when you saw somebody at ringside like that?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, there's always an element of pressure anyway. But that desire to look good, to impress all the time, it does weigh on you at times, but he's looking good here. There's more purpose, I feel. He's not reckless. I think there's something to be said for discipline in boxing, you know. Although you're eager to impress, you can't lose your shape, you can't get carried away, and that's when, certainly at the top level, which we're approaching with these two here, is you will be punished.
All right, Mike, how do you have this one scored so far? Even though we're in the latter half of round 6.
Yeah, so I have it 49-46 for Taiga Imanaga. I gave round 3 to Erickson Garcia. Maybe you want another round in there, but I think Imanaga well in control right here in round 6.
Hard body shot again, the left hand to the body from Imanaga. And you're right, Darren. There's a different body language now about Imanaga, and that proximity is closing round after round.
Get this down to Garcia now. What can he do to get some momentum back in this fight? I think, yeah, that's nice movement. Off the rope, spins back to the middle of the ring. But you need to, once you've got there, then let your shots go. Nice flurry to the body, then move your feet, then go again. One attack isn't enough against Imanaga.
Right hook to the body there a moment ago.
Yeah, I don't want to see him be greedy as such, but 3 shots to the body, step back, then go again.
I love the confidence you see right now from Imanaga, the way he's stalking him. You see a smirk on his face, like he knows he has this fight underway.
10 seconds.
The left uppercut after he's taken out the glove, Imanaga. Yet to find a home for that shot.
Nice. Round there for the 26-year-old Taiga Imanaga. Josh Warrington has chased a rematch ever since losing his WBA title to Lee Wood in October of 2023, and now the heated rivals finally collide again. February 21st at the Nottingham Arena, live here on DAZN. I know you're excited about that one there.
Yeah, we are. You know, Frankie Wright's on the line there between 2 great servants of British boxing. It really is a mouth-watering clash. Looking forward to that one. And we see Kelly as well, Josh Kelly. That's the moment back in the UK. The moment we're waiting to see Josh Kelly. Will that be the night that he's crowned, you know, a special fighter?
The active, this is round 8. We have to win this fight.
So round 7 now underway. Maybe some additional urgency from Erickson Garcia because he thinks it's round 8.
But I agree with what he says, apart from the round. He needs to be busy, he needs to get working. As I said before in the previous round, you don't need to be reckless, don't get carried away, don't get careless, but you need to get active with your output now. I think he's having most success when he works to the body.
Yeah, Corey, it just feels like Erickson Garcia is going to need to land something big at some point soon to change the trajectory of this fight.
On the opposite end of this fight, it does feel like there's another gear that Imanaga can kick it into. Again, that kind of persistence hunting technique that he's learned from one of the masters of it in Akira Yagashi.
Yeah, this is no doubt a great learning experience as Imanaga is being fast-tracked to a title shot. Maybe we can see it for 2026, not 2027.
Again, better from Garcia. He stepped in behind the jab, threw the 1-2 and he landed the left. He's going to have to do more to change the tide of this contest.
Yeah, looking at Imanaga's face as he took that shot, it was almost indifference that he was taking that shot. I wonder how much impact the shots of Garcia are having on him.
Yeah, I don't think so. You can see here, it's a real purpose, desire to land some heavy shots. It was a nice left hand from Imanaga, looking physically very strong as well.
That's the uppercut. Naga doubling up with that right hand. Nice left hand over the top there from Garcia.
I think Imanaga might have heard you, Darren. He's starting to show that second gear.
That's all that's been required. I like what he's done early on. You know, he's had a look at Garcia well behind the jab, taking some shots, but remember he's in there with a very good fighter in Garcia who's trying to seize his moment. But yeah, starting really to get to work now.
The gait of Imanaga kind of changing, a little bit of a different rhythm, more upper body movement, more hand movement. Another good left hand there from Garcia right over the top.
Exactly what you said there, Corey. We've not seen much upper body movement at all, have we, from Imanaga? And he's starting to do that now, starting to sit either side of the jab, looking down as inside and on the outside as well, backing hand.
Garcia is hollering at him to go after Imanaga right now. They think they have him hurt. 20 seconds in round 7.
And they're aware that it'll be rounds down.
Suck it.
Positivity. These are good signs for Garcia.
Yeah, and whether he did actually have Imanaga hurt or not, I'm not sure. But again, there's another urgency that Garcia needs is starting to kick in.
Two very good shots at the end of the round there. Positive signs. Have they seen something? Did he feel something that we missed there? You get the impression that they did.
I thought that was Garcia's best round of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, just more positivity, landing the shots a bit easier. There was something there that was right at the end of the round. And look at the eyes, they don't lie. Look at Imanaga saying, I've got you there. Narrowly missed a move. His own left hand there, Imanaga sets up this 8th round nicely.
So round 8 begins, and perhaps a little bit of drama brewing in the latter stages of this contest between Imanaga and Garcia. See Akira Yagashi in the corner of Imanaga, getting so animated with his demonstration that he nearly ran over the instructor. Or the inspector, excuse me, as Imanaga tries to reach the body of Erison Garcia there.
Just before that, there was a lovely reverse 1-2 from Garcia.
He's down.
Wow! 6 out of nowhere, Corey. Huge right hand.
And that was no flash knockdown. He is hurt.
Is this too much too soon for Taiga Imanaga? Erison Garcia on the hunt for a major upset.
Oh, look, he can't miss with that left hand. Just closer now, he needs to be careful. Remember, he didn't warn for the shoulder, but
Garcia desperately trying to break free as he breaks through the guard of Imanaga with uppercuts and a big left hand. Garcia all over Imanaga.
nose busted of Imanaga now. Look at this from Garcia, incredible scene.
Garcia mean-mugging Imanaga as he lays the wood here.
Blood smeared across the face of Taiga Imanaga.
He's got to try and do what he's doing there. Another work, get close, grab hold. Not the standing range. These are big hooks firing in from Garcia.
Imanaga almost refusing to grab a hold. He wants to fight his way out of danger. But will that be his undoing?
Left hand for Imanaga there.
Oh, an eternity for Garcia to work with here. More than a minute left to go in round 8.
And it's Garcia that looks the pressure. Letting these hooks fly with real ease. Just picking his moments, not rushing.
combination to the body there from Garcia.
You always love to see him go to the body when someone's hurt, right, Corey?
Yeah, and that opened up a lane for that clubbing left hand as you see Imanaga wiping the blood across his face, maybe out of his eyes as he gets walloped with another left hand.
The referee edging closer. There's times in a fight where you find out stuff about yourself that you can't teach, you can't be taught.
Look at the right eye of Taiga Imanaga. It is swelling into a balloon in real time.
10 seconds.
For Imanaga.
Erickson Garcia just battering Taiga Imanaga. Imanaga trying to survive.
That's time.
And he will.
Unbelievable scenes. Let's look at this shot. The right hook from hell. He steps in, he brought that back foot into the shot, generating so much power. Look at that. Defense wide open from Imanaga. A delayed reaction as he goes down. And then it was all one-way traffic, wasn't it? Look again. Zips under that left hand of Imanaga. He's completely out of sorts, drops to the floor, and then it was just relentless pressure, educated pressure. Having a good look at Imanaga here. Okay, thank you.
Darren, go George Foreman style there standing. Don't you want to be sitting on the stool you're hurt, or do you think that's actually helpful?
Interesting. Yeah, look, when you're in the gym and you're sparring, you stand up. I don't know, is it trying to get your legs up from underneath you? I mean, this time is helping
Yeah, this is
Imanaga.
immensely helpful for Taiga Imanaga. Now we're back to action, round 9. A gargantuan opportunity here for Erickson Garcia.
No, we're not even in Japan, Corey.
See the Imanaga corner trying to revive him. They did a good job with that end swell because that eye looked like an immense problem in the previous round. They seem to have halted that real-time swelling just a little bit, but Imanaga still not all there, I don't think, as we begin round 9.
Defense is far too loose from Imanaga. He's got to keep that right hand tucked up because that left hook, are raining in on the target. Face badly damaged now of Imanaga.
The question for Imanaga now is, as he banks enough rounds, again going back to your scorecards, Mike, where if he can just survive these rounds, can that be enough to win this fight?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think so, Corey. Obviously, Garcia had a 10-8 round in round 8, so this fight's on the table right now.
Showing us what he's made of, showing us that toughness, that desire, that will to win. Just feel Garcia might be waiting.
That was going to be my question. Yeah, is he being too patient right now? Because again, there's the possibility he can't win this fight on the scorecards.
He also might be tired. He threw out a lot of punches in that last round. A lot of energy expended.
Garcia, a 7-year veteran of the Dominican Navy, where he stacked up a 270-30 record as an amateur. He's trying to show Taiga Imanaga that he has been off more than he can chew.
Great contest, really, really is. Just at any moment, what's left in this, it could be all she wrote.
Summoning the heart of his trainer, Akira Yagashi. How many times do we see him in this kind of condition come back to win a fight? And his protege do the same here tonight.
He's just waiting too long here, Imanaga. I'd like to see him do this fight. Just stop Garcia from coming forward. That fight just puts you where you want your opponent.
Oh, again, the left hand. Erickson Garcia right down the pipe.
10 seconds.
Closing moments here of round 9. Another big left hand over the top. And another from Erickson Garcia. oozing confidence as we head into the
Side.
final round.
Well, that flurry there could have got the round for Garcia. And I think that would make it all level perhaps going into this final round.
Yeah, I certainly scored that ninth round for Garcia, and I think this fight is on the table. It's anybody's fight. Garcia with all the momentum. Last round, touch gloves. Last round.
Hang on there. Hang on there.
Well, you heard the corner of Taiga Imanaga, and these are those magical
Says
corner
and fight
moments
about
there.
to
You heard
put
them
such
tell
a
him,
squad
"Don't
on
be
side."
emotionally defeated. You have to keep going."
This is where coaches earn their money. You know, it's where they earn their percentage. You know, you've got to get that sound advice. You know, it's not even a minute. You know, you're talking 50 seconds by the time the fighter sits down and they get up. You know, what can they do? Because this could be all on this 3 minutes here.
Yeah, now the question, Mike, is this fight potentially hanging in the balance here in the final 3 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, there you have it right there, Corey. I have an 85-85 heading into this 10th and final rounds, and the knockdown being the difference to get him even. Garcia really clawed his way back into this fight. He has all the momentum, but he has to close now.
Again, I feel Garcia's taking his foot off the gas here. Is it what you say, Mike? As he, emptied the tank, left hand, just taking the sting out of the shot. Imanaga fires back with a left of his own.
Just trading, clubbing left hands there. See that swelling again. It's been partially stopped by the corner of Imanaga.
That was better from Imanaga there. Looking to put flurry together as opposed to the one single shot.
And after really a tactical first 3 rounds, this turned out to be a very exciting fight.
Yeah, real flashy styles. Gels nicely.
Audacious step up here for Taiga Imanaga, fresh out of the Japanese domestic scene against a world-ranked fighter, albeit one who's ranked a weight class beneath. But as we're seeing, and as Erickson Garcia told us all week long, I'm also 135 pounds.
Erickson Garcia also told us, Corey, that he used to sell Nissans. So he's going from selling Japanese cars to upselling the Japanese fighter.
That's right. Final minute of this contest.
Good work from both. There's a nice sharp 1-2 from Garcia. The back come Imanaga.
Garcia can pull this off. He can buy whatever brand of Nissan he wants.
Taking a nice 350Z.
That's right. And again there from Garcia. And you saw the legs of Imanaga wobbling as he takes a second one.
In the eyes of Garcia, looking at the body, trying to, feint, tease with the eyes to the fight back upstairs with the left.
What a rally down the stretch here from Erickson Garcia. As we close in on the final 10 seconds of this
10 seconds.
The face of Imanaga is a mess, but he will make it out of this fight. What do these scorecards look like?
Such a squad on side.
Imanaga and Garcia, fantastic. A kind of cagey start from both, but that really caught fire. Ebbs and flowed. There was moments where you felt, certainly in the middle rounds, where Imanaga was just taking control of the contest, looking physically strong. And then this man here lands a shot that completely flipped this fight on its head.
Yeah, I mean, I gave Erickson Garcia the final 4 rounds of this fight, plus the 10-8 round for the knockdown, and really impressive stuff. We were saying earlier that Taiga was really in control.
Yeah, and I think it's the cleaner shots. Not a great deal landed in that final round, but the cleaner shots certainly. There was around 3 or 4 left hands that landed from Garcia, and I agree. I think that's what has won him that final round. And wow, I going to be really interested on these scorecards, but I thoroughly enjoyed that. That flew by. The second half of that fight was fantastic. This man here would have learned more in that fight than he did in all previous fights.
Fantastic action fight here between Imanaga and Garcia. At the same time, Darren, I think it highlighted one of the questions that there was about Imanaga coming into this fight. As offensively gifted as he can be, is he too rigid defensively? Is he too rigid a target? And at times it did look like it in this fight.
Well, look, we pointed out, didn't we? There wasn't enough lateral movement. I think relying heavily on a side guard and footwork. But lots to work on.
Well, Golden Boy kicks off 2026 with a massive rematch as Alexis Rocha and Raul Curiel settle their unfinished business. The welterweights collide at January 16th at Acrisure Arena in Palm Desert, California, live worldwide on DAZN. Well, a nail biter here in our opening contest. If we take a look at Mike Coppinger's scorecard.
Yeah, so again, Taiga Imanaga was in control early on, but I gave the final 4 rounds to Erickson Garcia, plus that 10-8 round in round 8 for the knockdown, and I have it eking it out 95-94. Of course, it's unofficial. Let's see what the judges have to say.
Subdued body language in both corners. Both unsure, both know it's close.
Nervous energy, a life-changing victory for both men, hanging in the balance. Will the development of Taiga Imanaga and that undefeated record stay intact? Or has Erickson Garcia shocked the odds makers here in Riyadh? We are ready to find out. Let's send it back up to Thomas Driver.
Take with Thomas.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards, and we have a split decision. Judge Nawaf Al-Hamid scores it 96-93 in favor of Edson Garcia. Judge Gary Kutanaski scores it 95-94 in favor of Taiga Imanaga. And Judge Mike Hale scores it 95-94 for your winner, Edson Garcia!
Yes!
And Darren, you know, there's two ways to frame this victory. Again, on the betting odds, this is an upset, right? Erickson Garcia, he's brought in on somewhat short notice. But again, the other end of this is that Taiga Imanaga, fresh out of the Japanese domestic scene, he takes a big step up against a world-ranked fighter, and sometimes he falls short.
Yeah, look, this man here, the winner, Garcia, wanted to rubbish those odds, didn't he? Wanted to say, you know, it's ridiculous. I can't believe you got me an underdog here. Imanaga, a very good fighter, but I'm so glad that the scorecards represented how close that fight was.
All right, let's send it up to Inoue, who's standing by with Garcia.
Erickson, congratulations on a very big victory for your career. When the scorecards are being read out and it says split decision, are you nervous that it wasn't going to go your way?
En primer lugar, felicidades por una victoria que es muy importante para tu carrera boxística. Cuando estaba leyendo ya las cartas, ¿estabas confiado que habías hecho lo suficiente o estabas un poco nervioso?
No, en realidad yo estaba bien, estaba confiado de que yo gané mi pelea.
No, to be honest, I was confident. I was completely confident that I had won my fight.
The first few rounds were very cagey, very back and forth. He seemed to step it up through rounds 6 to 10, where you started landing your big punches. Was it just a case of working out what he was doing?
Sí, hablamos un poco de la pelea. En los primeros rounds, parece que como empezaste como quizás un poco lento, un poco de ida y vuelta entre los dos boxeadores. Después, entre los rounds 6 y 10, empezaste ya a conectar con más golpes. ¿Eso fue el plan de desenvolver la pelea así o cómo fue?
No, en realidad no fue ningún plan, sino que no estaba preparado para una pelea como esta tan grande. Entonces, Hice lo que más que pude y al final vi que le di debilidad a mi oponente y aproveché el momento.
No, to be honest, that wasn't the plan. It was just that I didn't feel like I had sufficient preparation to go in such a massive fight like this. So what I did was, during the fight, when I saw that my opponent was hurt, I took full advantage of that.
We know that you normally fight at super featherweight. This fight is at lightweight. You can campaign at lightweight as well. Does this mean now, because of the big win, that you stay in this division?
Sí, obviamente sabemos que peleas también en pluma, pero has demostrado que puedes también tener éxito en esa división de 135. ¿Esa gran victoria significa que ahora vas a operar en esta división?
No, si vienen grandes oportunidades en 130, yo puedo tomar la pelea en 130 y así por igual, si vienen oportunidades en 135, estoy listo.
No, to be honest, that's not necessarily the plan. If I get a big opportunity at 130 pounds, happy to take that. But also, if I get a great opportunity here at 135 at lightweight, I'll also go for that.
There are no bigger fight cards than these Riyadh season fight cards here in Saudi Arabia. You've made a lot of noise now with the win. Who do you want next?
Sí, no hay carteleras más grandes que las carteleras aquí en Riyadh. Has hecho mucho ruido con esta victoria. ¿A quién te gustaría enfrentar próximo?
Estamos listos para cualquiera en la división 130, 135. Estamos ready, solo que me den una oportunidad y se contacten con mi equipo y estamos preparados para cualquiera.
We're ready for anyone. When I say anyone, I mean anyone at 130, 135. You just need to give me the opportunity, get in touch with my team, and we'll be ready to face anyone.
Congratulations on the biggest win of your career. You've made a lot of fans here in Saudi Arabia.
Felicidades en lo que es la victoria más grande de tu carrera. Ya ves que tienes muchos fans aquí en Saudi.
Quiero darle las gracias primeramente a Macron, al Turquía de Chile por darme la oportunidad, a mi manager Roberto Harrison de Video Promotion y a todo el público que está aquí presente. Muchísimas gracias. Aportan mucho para mi carrera. Thank you so much.
Yeah, first, before I go, I want to say thank you to Matchroom, thank you to Turli Al Sheikh for giving me this opportunity, and I want to also shout out my manager here, Mr. Harrison. I also want to say thanks to all the fans that are here. It means such a great deal to me for this opportunity and to have warmed me so well.
Y por último, quiero mandarle un saludo a toda la República Dominicana que está pendiente, dándome mi apoyo, y a mi familia que está muy pendiente, y a mi esposa que está aquí conmigo. Gracias a todos.
And finally, I just want to say thank you to all the people in the Dominican Republic who are always looking out, watching my fight. Also to my wife, who's here alongside me. Thank you for all of your support.
Congratulations on the big win. Well done. Thank you. Guys.
Thank you so much, Ade. Can't help but feel good for Harrison Garcia. Again, pulling off the upset in terms of the betting odds, but again, showing the value of having experience at a higher level and just the value of experience overall.
Exactly. You can't buy it. You've got to go in there. You've got to prove that experience. And you've got to earn it. And that's exactly what Garcia's done, landing lovely shots throughout. Don't get me wrong. It was a cagey start, I would say, from both. You thought it could go one way or the other. It was there for someone to grab hold of the fight, and this was the moment that Garcia grabbed hold of this very contest. Huge shot, steps right in, look at the back foot, he stepped right forward with that right hand, and it completely changed the fight, the pattern of the fight. Imanaga was looking positive, was looking strong, and then it was all one-way traffic. I agree with Mike's scorecard. I give him the last 4 rounds looking very, very good, looking very, very strong, and look what that's done to the career of Garcia now. And yeah, look at these shots, just class, finished the fight in very good fashion. And I've said it there, look, Imanaga can come back from this. He's there to be great. He tried to put his skills in there with someone who's been proven, a very, very good fighter. Valuable rounds, but I think it'll be damaging for, his being, if you like, his soul, his confidence. But look, he's a young man, he can come back, but this man and his team move on to bigger and better opportunities.
Right, and again, going back to Harrison Garcia and that remarkable journey for so many fighters, taking a first-round knockout loss in your first attempt at the big stage on Showtime, you don't come back from that. He did, and perhaps that can be a blueprint for Imanaga, who can come back from this as we take a look back at the CompuBox of fight stats again. Both men extremely busy in this fight, but the power power shots thrown and landed from Harrison Garcia. They told the tale, and that knockdown had just reversed the course of this fight entirely.
That's a significant one there. The one knockdown completely turned this fight. Look at the power shots thrown. Ebbs and flows. There was moments in the middle rounds where you felt the stats were favouring Imanaga, but Garcia ripped it up and made this all about himself. What a great moment for his career. He pushes on to big things.
Yet again, on the other side of this, for Imanaga, as we mentioned, this is an audacious step up for him, and you can't have it both ways with prospects. You can't want them to take these kinds of risks and then bury them if and when they lose.
Exactly, lad. There would have been numerous conversations. They know that this was a risk, but it was a risk too great for this stage in Imanaga's career. But I believe he can come back. There's a lot to work with, Corey.
Well, coming up next, it is our co-main event. One of the very best in the world, Junto Nakatani taking on the hard
Nakatani versus Hodeantes is coming up.
Our co-main event is next.
そうですね、すごく体調もいいですし、調整具合としても、あとはもう発揮するだけっていう感じでいます。
His strengths of my opponent are his speed, his power.
ヘルナンデス選手もすごくタフな選手なので、そこら辺を意識して少しずつダメージを与えていけるようなファイトをしていきたいなというふうに思ってます。
I need to work inside, throw a lot of punches.
自分自身を高めるっていう練習をしてきたので、そこが発揮できればおのずとノックアウトできるかなっていうふうに思っているので、
I'm at work to find out his weakness.
スーパーバンタム級で世界チャンピオンになることを今目標です。
Esta pelea es una oportunidad, la oportunidad de cambiar mi vida, la oportunidad de poder consagrarme en la élite del boxeo, poder lograr mis sueños, la oportunidad de demostrar de lo que soy capaz. No solamente es algo ya del boxeo, sino es una prueba de vida para mí.
Todos los días es parte de la evaluación de la rutina. De hecho, con esto comenzamos con las evaluaciones de signos vitales, de frecuencia cardíaca, frecuencia respiratoria, estado de hidratación, peso, y con base a eso vamos trabajando. 44 de frecuencia cardíaca. ¿Okay?
Lo voy a subir.
Sí, listo, está bien. Pues, ¿qué allí?
Cuando escucho el nombre Inoue, lo primero que viene a mi mente es emoción, adrenalina. Llevo buscando esta pelea mucho tiempo. Yo sé que en algún momento no estaba listo, pero en estos momentos con esta preparación me siento listo para traer estos cinturones a México. Vamos a estar él y yo solamente arriba del ring, y esa motivación y esas ganas de salir adelante son las que creo que van a hacer la diferencia.
Saudi Arabia, where we've been here now for have been made here, including this card right now at the Mohammed Abdul Arena, where we have seen an upset. Erickson Garcia, who we just saw getting the victory, he'll move on to good things in 2026. Talking of good things, we've got loads of sport coming your way on the zone. Starting on Sunday, champions Napoli are continuing their pursuit of a second Scudetto in a row. Reno Cremonense, Jamie Vardy would love to score the party. Plus, we've got a key battle in the NFL with the Texans head to LA to face the Chargers with playoff implications, and you can catch another great playoff showdown as the Bears meet the 49ers on Sunday Night Football. You can watch them both as well on NFL Game Pass. And then you ice hockey fans, we've got something special for you as well. January the 2nd, the Florida Panthers versus the New York Rangers in the first ever Winter Classic in Florida. Don't miss history outdoors. You can watch it all live on NHL TV, all that exclusively live on The Zone. All right, we've assembled the Avengers on stage with us. Mike Coppinger, Darren Barker, and Amir Khan. It's been good so far. Mike, you've been there commentating ringside. We've had a young kid pushed into Tsumi, and we've seen Erickson Garcia cause a bit of an upset.
Yeah, that was a pretty big upset, Ade, and fair play to Erickson Garcia. He's really improving now. Taiga Managa bit off a bit more than he could chew in his 10th pro fight.
Okay, let's turn around, everyone, because look at that. I mean, this is good right now. I mean, that there from Madison Square Garden, Ring 6, Teofimo Lopez versus Shakur Stevenson. And Mike, you're almost the insider on this. How easy or difficult was that fight to make?
It was not easy at all. It took a long time, as you might imagine. You know, big demands. These are big-time fighters, but it's a cracking matchup, as you guys would say in England. Shakur Stevenson going up to fight for the Ring Magazine Championship in his first fight at 140 pounds, not taking a warm-up fight like so many other guys like to do.
Yeah, I thought you was going to mention names there. Please don't do that. Amir Khan, I mean, again, two guys that you know very well. I think Teofimo Lopez, the number one at 140 pounds. Shakur Stevenson, we showed the pound-for-pound list a bit earlier, high in that rankings. I think will eventually be pound-for-pound number one. Here's the stare-down between the two. This is a fantastic fight for Madison Square Garden as well.
I think it's an amazing fight. Both fighters are very confident. Don't want to lose. I mean, they've got a lot to, show. A
lot of gold there.
There's a lot of gold there, as you see. Teofimo has been in there with the best, beating the best, but we've seen him lose before. Whereas with Shakur Stevenson, there's no one beating him yet. He's not lost his all. He's a great fighter. He's a great boxer. I know Andre Ward's a big fan of his, always in his corner supporting him. But in this fight, it's a very hard fight to call. I would go for Teofimo. He's a friend of mine. I took him on the pads as well.
So you're biased?
So you're biased?
I'm a little biased because he's a good friend of mine.
We don't do friend picks.
I know, but friend picks. But I just like the way he fights. He's always one of them fighters that's always, he puts the pressure up on fighters when he needs to. And he can turn the gas on and off as well. That's the type of fight he is.
And we've seen that, right? In the fights where he has gone into as the underdog, Vasily Lomachenko, Josh Taylor, even most recently, not an underdog against Barboza, but a lot of pressure going into that fight. He seems to step it up, Darren.
Yeah, he does. He knows how to win. There's good variation in his work. It makes him very hard to read. But Stevenson, he's a tough man to beat. I'm telling you now. The man, he can fight.
Mike's best friend.
He can fight ugly. He wins fights, technically very sound. It's a brilliant matchup, it really is. I think pride and bragging rights are probably more important than the belts that are on the line.
Yeah. Mike, we always care about the main event on a card like that, but the undercard has just been announced as well. I saw His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh put it out yesterday. You yourself have retweeted it. It's an incredible undercard as well.
No question. You have, Shushu Carrington, one of my favorite fighters, great personality, going for his first world title against Carlos Castro. And then my favorite fighter of the night on the undercard is Keyshawn Davis. His first fight at 140 pounds, fighting Jermaine Ortiz. Ortiz gave Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez all they could handle.
Yeah, indeed, and it's good to see Jarrell Miller back as well. I always feel like every single card should have a heavyweight, and they don't get much heavier than Jarrell Miller. And you know what he brings to every fight, every build-up, Darren. It's good to see him back in the ring, and he has big plans for 2026 as well. So it's not a warm-up fight, but it's a fight to get him to the big boys.
One of the best talkers in boxing.
Indeed.
His trash talking is unrivaled, I believe. But I like seeing that fight as well. Carlos Adames, Austin Williams in my old division. Really, really mouth-watering contest.
Mike, coming back to you, in terms of American boxing and where it is, how important that this fight had to go to MSG, how important that this fight does sell out as well, in terms of these young stars taking that next step to selling tickets, putting bums on seats.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better place than Madison Square Garden. Amir Khan, you fought there before against Terrence Crawford, and it's just all the historical fights there. So I think a fight like that deserves this kind of spot. And then, of course, Teofimo Lopez from Brooklyn, Shakur Stevenson right across the way in New York, New Jersey. They're both going to have great support. I think it's going to be a festive atmosphere.
All right, there's going to be a lot of build-up for that one, so we'll save, remember that fight card, the end of January, so it really is a good start to 2026. Let's talk about the here and now. Junto Nakatani versus Sebastian Hernandez about to come up. We're all sort of ear from ear smiling because everyone's going to get to see Junto up live. Pressure on Junto to make this look good as we try and sell the fight against Inoue.
Absolutely. I mean, the narrative's brilliant. We're all roads lead towards a blockbuster in Japan, potentially. But they've got two guys here are trying to create some magic and some history for themselves. Hernandez, big punching, Mexican, kind of an unknown quantity, but he's Mexican. Never write off a Mexican. I'm telling you, they come to fight. They're dangerous, and they will leave their heart, their life in the ring. And Picasso, he's a volume fighter. He's busy. I just look at it and I think, how does he win? Does he have that one-punch destructive power to upset the apple cart? Can he outwork Inoue? These are all big ifs, but if he can do it, it'll be one hell of an upset.
On Nakatani, I almost feel like the American public almost sort of started to know who he was when he knocked out Andrew Maloney, right? Knockout of the year back in 2023, I believe it was. All of a sudden, everyone now knows he is because of that knockout.
Yeah, I was ringside for that fight. I can still remember the sound Maloney's body made when he hit the canvas. That was brutality. And I was actually with Junto Nakatani a couple of weeks ago in Little Tokyo in Los Angeles, watched him spar Ramon Cardenas, who actually dropped Naoya Inoue earlier this year. So top quality sparring in Los Angeles, and he has a Mexican trainer in Rudy Hernandez.
Yeah, you must be excited, Am, as well, to see Junto Nakatani. We've always spoken about these smaller weight fighters, getting the respect and getting the eyes on them. And in Inoue and in Nakatani, and we were speaking ringside that normally the smaller weight classes were for Mexicans and Filipinos. Yeah. The Japanese seem to have taken over that market.
The Japanese have come now and taken over. Junto's a very good fighter. He's going to come to fight, come to win. This is like a semi-final for Junto and Inoue, because I think that fight in the future could be made. They both have to win in good style today. I think it's his first fight he's fighting on Real season.
First fight Real season, first fight super bantamweight.
And super bantamweight as well. So I think the pressure's going to be on him. But I'm sure, look, a champion like him is going to come through this, and obviously he's been champion at the lower weight division, but now going up to this one, I'm sure he's going to be confident enough to win in good style. He knows that he has a lot of pressure ahead of him. A big fight that can happen in the future in 2026, so let's see.
How does Jesse Bam Rodriguez get into this equation, Mike? I know I'm jumping weights for Jesse, but there's always been this talk about Jesse potentially versus Nakatani, more likely Inoue. Does Jesse just take the double jump, or am I trying to push him too quick?
Jesse's plans are really being upset here by Kenshiro Taraji's fight against Willie Pablo Garcia being canceled at the last minute. I spoke to Bam's trainer and manager, Robert Garcia, and he said they were going to try to fight the winner of this fight. And now, maybe we see him go straight up to 118 pounds.
Yeah, here's a bit of Bam. And I mean, you talk of special fighters, we're going to see two tonight. He's in that special fighter category, isn't he? Could be pound for pound number 4 him.
I mean, he's a remarkable fighter. Footwork, he's an absolute joy. It's poetry in motion. It really is. But one of the only obstacles, or one of the only reasons he may be beaten as a fighter is stepping up too high. Stepping in with somebody who can really whack, just physically stronger. But as far as talent,
does it make it easier though? Sorry to cut across you, but does it not make it easier when the guys that he wants to fight have come up themselves from smaller weight classes?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at Nakatani is taller than Inoue. Yeah. So there is that as well. I mean, it really is a mouth-watering clash. Us as boxing fans, that fight may potentially happen is fantastic. I mean, gets the juicy flame.
Indeed. Last one on this before we get Nakatani in the ring. If we do see Junto Nakatani versus Naoya Inoue in Japan, just tell us how big a fight this is, Mike. I mean, are we talking AJ Fury like in the UK? Is it that big?
I think it's bigger than AJ Fury when you talk about the two guys at the top of their game.
Careful.
Two guys on the pound list right now, right? But, I mean, it's absolutely massive in Japan. I think it would shatter revenue records and be no question the biggest fight in Japanese history. It will sell out instantly.
Okay, but Junto Nakatani has to get the job done here. You can see him making his ring walk. It is time for Junto Nakatani, one of the best fighters on planet Earth, to take on the unbeaten Sebastian Hernandez. Let's go down to Corey Edmond for Tell of the Tape.
Thank you so much, Ade. The Big Bang making his way down the long hallway into the Muhammad Abdo Arena as we take a look at the tail of the tape.
I want Nakatani to
moving
win.
up to 122 pounds, for the first time in his career. You see Hernandez coming in somewhat light for this fight, but an inch taller than Nakatani in this fight. That's not something that Nakatani is very used to throughout his career, where he was able to tower over most of his opponents in the lighter weight classes. We are set for our co-main event as we send it back up to Thomas Freiberg.
Live worldwide on DAZN and in Japan on Lemino. Let's now welcome to the ring our co-main event participants. First, from Mexico, Sebastian Logan Hernandez.
A life-changing opportunity for Sebastian Hernandez, whose life has been saved by this sport, finding his way into the boxing gym, which helped him kick drugs and get on the straight and narrow as a teenager. But the straight and narrow road hasn't always been an easy one, as Hernandez has earned his 20-0 record despite bouts of inactivity that caused financial struggles, at times forcing him to supplement his career with work in his father's mechanic shop. For this fight, Hernandez finally got the taste of the treatment that a man with 18 knockouts in 20 fights has deserved for a while now. A full training camp at the Navarrete compound at high altitude, and a career-high payday 3 months after welcoming his second child into the world. What better first holiday gift for his son than to return home having scored what could be the upset of the year?
And now let's welcome to the ring from Japan, Junto Big Bang Nakatani.
We last saw Junto Nakatani winning the Ring Magazine Bantamweight title, unifying 2 sanctioning body titles with a 6-round destruction of Ryosuke Nishida in June. It speaks to the level of achievement Nakatani has attained and his level of ambition that those historical achievements were almost an afterthought, as it simply set the stage for his move up to 122 to track down the monster. Tonight, Big Bang that puts to take the last step on a career-long journey towards a generational showdown at the Tokyo Dome.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a battle of the undefeated. 12 rounds scheduled in the super bantamweight division. Brought to you by Riyadh Season, Ring Magazine, Stella and Eddie Hearn for Matchroom Boxing in association with Taken and Sanford Boxing, along with their premium partners, Saudi Tourism Authority, STC, Saudi National Bank, Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, and Saudi Airlines. Their strategic partners, Myer United, Arroyo Cruises, Sadia, Lucid Motors, SHG, and Azure. Their main partners, Pepsi and Arena Fitness Innovation, and their commercial partner, Prime. The judges are Nawaf Al-Mohammed of Saudi Arabia, Mike Hale of Wales, and Gary Kitanoski of England. Our referee in charge of this main event will be Dion Duarte of South Africa. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he comes to the ring wearing green and gold and weighed in officially at 120.8 pounds. Undefeated with 20 wins. 18 of his 20 wins come by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, from La Zona Norte, Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico, here is the hard-hitting and undefeated Sebastian Logan Hernandez. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the red corner. He comes to the ring wearing red with white and gold and weighed in officially at 121.6 pounds. Hailing from Sagamihara, Kanagawa, Japan, he is undefeated with 31 wins. 24 of his 31 wins come by way of knockout. Ranked number 6 as pound for pound, one of the top boxers in the world. Here is the undefeated former Ring Magazine champion, the former 3-division world champion, and now making his super bantamweight debut, Junto Big Bang Nakatani! Yeah!
Okay, I've given you instructions in this room. Obey my commands at all times, pay pictures out at all times. Anything from the black and up is good, okay? Anything from here and up is good, okay? That's first. Good luck. God bless.
We all know Junto Nakatani, of course, on a collision course for a fight with Naoya Inoue next year, but we've seen many guys upset in the past, looking past their opponents. We don't think Nakatani will do so, but let's see what happens.
Can Sebastian Hernandez spoil what would be the biggest party in the history of Japanese combat sports? Round 1, Nakatani making his debut here at 122. He comes out firing with that left hand. Very similar, Darren, to the approach that he took against Ryosuke Nishida, where his trainer, Rudy Hernandez, explicitly told him to go out and blitz him in the first round.
Yeah, but it's done with such education and thought behind that work. Look at the base, look at the balance. Very, very rarely does he fall out of that shape. Is he off balance? And he generates so much power from that solid footwork that he has.
We got an uppercut breaking through the guard of Hernandez already early, popping his head back the opening 30 seconds. And this is what's scary about the Nakatani offense. For as long and lanky as he is, he also works so well coming underneath as well.
The way he just sort of arcs that body to the left-hand side, just keeping himself out of danger. It's down to Hernandez here. We're just taking a feel in the gloves, trying to feel that power, trying to, you know, sense what it's like, feel what it's like being in there with a pound-for-pound star. Don't expect too much from the Mexican early, trying to creep forward, but I feel this pressure will suit Nakatani.
Mike Hernandez told us that the key for him tactically and technically in this fight is to cut off Nakatani's escape routes as often as possible.
Yeah, I think Sebastian Hernandez wants to be punching where he thinks Nakatani is going rather than where he's standing. And that is not easy against a guy like Nakatani, who's so light on his feet and has all the angles.
Looking to get the foot on the outside is Hernandez. Try to step on the outside so that help him find that right hand through the southpaw stance of Nakatani. He's looking comfortable, relaxed, unfazed. There's that experience showing, just biding his time. He knows that Hernandez is going to be there, doesn't he? He's going looking for him. Never reckless with his work. Always thoughtful.
Left hand right down the middle again there there from Nakatani, who maybe even lighter on his feet these days. Darren, not to get too inside baseball here, but he switched shoes in his last fight. He said that his feet were becoming a little bit more sensitive, now has a new model of boot, and he seems to be moving even more smoothly than before.
When you think you've heard it always boxing. But yeah, he moves so well with that, just a skip to the right. Subtle movements, they're so effective. Throwing the step to the left-hand side also. In the case of Hernandez, he'll try and absolutely do his best to build into this contest. Oh, walks onto a nice left uppercut though from Nakatani.
Sneaky uppercut there from Big Bang Junto Nakatani, who is looking extremely comfortable and extremely dangerous here in the opening round. And one final left hand. Here in Riyadh, as we take a look into Nakatani corner with trainer Rudy Hernandez. Such a special relationship that Hernandez and Nakatani have. You know, Hernandez essentially taking a Japanese teenager under his wing, training him in Los Angeles, and that, Darren, I think is what makes Nakatani such a fascinating kind of fusion of styles. You know, the combination of that Japanese precision, and not to generalize too much, and then aspects of the Mexican style that Rudy Hernandez has brought to his.
That's fantastic. He's so well-rounded, isn't he? He can do a bit of everything. We see in the end of that first round, just sliding a lovely uppercut through the guard of Hernandez, but he had no right to be able to. You know, very Mexican in that approach, the way he slid the shots through, and then this patient approach, works behind the jab and pours it out at times, just trying to draw out that lead of Hernandez, who is not taking the bait again, still having a look, keeping those hands nice high. He needs to be careful there. There is absolutely no point throwing a sloppy, lazy shot like that. He'll be feeling the weight as well, trying to feel what it's like being in this division. Nakatani just getting the feel of the physical strength.
Body shot there from Nakatani a moment ago. Hernandez trying to warm up and find his way into this fight.
See, well, with Nakatani, he never loads up with anything. You know, takes his time. There's lots of variation in the speed, the power, where he places the shot. Look at that balance now, just on the back foot, trying to get Hernandez to overreach. Again, he's not offering anything at the minute, just creeping forward.
Nakatani just so nice uppercut, a double uppercut there from Nakatani. And Hernandez really hasn't opened up to this point in the fight, and Mike, in fighter interviews, Sebastian Hernandez became very emotional with us.
Yeah, I mean, that was, you know, he welcomed a new child a couple of months ago, and he said that he's never been more nervous for a fight in his life than he hadn't slept in 3 days. Contrast that with Nakatani, he couldn't be more relaxed, so Hernandez has his work cut out for him, especially with the talent he's facing.
He really does. He's starting to work that left hand. Nakatani very nicely to the body, he's firing it through the guard.
Oh, left hand right over the top there from Nakatani.
Took that one well, Hernandez. Oh, and again, beautiful shot selection here from Nakatani.
And again, Dan, like I mentioned, you know, Nakatani has a Mexican trainer, Rudy Hernandez, and he spars with a lot of Mexican fighters. We're sparring with Ramon Cardenas, who dropped Inoue, of course, earlier this year. What I found interesting is that Rudy has them spar at about 10% speed. He doesn't want guys getting hurt in sparring. He wants them working on timing and the feel.
Do you know what? I agree with that. A lot of the damage is done in sparring.
Second.
Need to go 100% in there. Good boxing on the back foot from Nakatani, looking nice, looking comfortable.
He's putting 100% on those body shots. Just holds off on one final left hand right at the bell. Deep breath, deep breath.
que empezar a cortarle un poquito más la distancia, porque le está dando mucha distancia.
Cut that distance off.
Ánimo. Échale por
You have to close that distance. Eyes on his
Estamos
chest.
haciendo muy buen trabajo.
We're working very well. We just need to have better head movement. When he holds you, make sure you can get one hand loose and hit him with a free hand. You need to be focused. Don't react off his face.
Sound advice in the corner there. You don't want to be taking the bait from the feints because you will be made to pay from Nakatani. He's a master at counter-punching. Look at that left hand. He took it well. Hernandez, you have to say, that was right on the chin there. He needs to do as the corner's saying, cut the ring off. A bit more education in this pressure.
Shades of that legendary Maloney knockout, that left-handed that landed there. See how many of those Hernandez could take, as you heard his corner telling him, hey, we have to start closing distance. More specifically, he has to start getting busier.
Yeah, and of course, we know that Nakatani's the one making his debut at 122 pounds, but there's no doubt he's the bigger man in there. Look at the size of this guy. How is he making 115 and 118, let alone 112?
He made 105 at one point. I do not know how. But going back to the point that you made, Micah, about the way that Nakatani spars, the last two camps, they've talked about wanting to increase his punch output. He sparred over 300 rounds for that Nishida fight. You can only do that if you hold off and don't go 100%. Otherwise, you're just going to be battering yourself into the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what makes him such a dangerous fighter is he's never reckless. So although they may want to see more output, that does open opportunities for the opponent. So he's very economical, doesn't waste anything. You want to see his accuracy, percentage at the end of the fight. Just when he throws the shot, he commits to it. His accuracy is on point. And the way, going back to that Maloney shot, the way he throws that left hand, he transfers the weight so well. And I think that's how he generates so much power. You see, he sort of leans to the left hand side and he'll transfer it right over to the right as he throws that shot.
And they're starting to get a little busier here on the inside. The hazard of doing this on the inside is that Nakatani can essentially land a knockout shot from any angle.
Exactly, and that's why he's not committing to the attacks. He knows if he really puts the weight behind the shot, he's going to leave himself vulnerable. So he's just kind of pouring the shots out. That was a nice squeeze shot on the right hand. Good footwork though from Nakatani, just spinning Hernandez onto the ropes.
And they're starting to pick up the foot pressure at the very least here. Getting busier here on the inside. Again, a boost of confidence perhaps from that right hand that landed.
So many gaps is there in the work of Nakatani. It's not relentless, it's not ferocious, but he's always poking out the jab, always scoring. There's that left hand, taking his body right over to that right hand side.
I think really an overlooked aspect of Nakatani's game is his defensive responsibility. He's always moving his head, moving his body. He is really hard to hit clean.
Nice uppercut there a moment ago from Nakatani, and two straight 1-2s right down the pipe. Everything working for Nakatani right now.
What he does offer that defensive,
position
to throw a shot, a hurtful shot. The way
Uppercut on the fly there from Nakatani.
side.
A smile on the face as usual of Nakatani. July 24th in Las Vegas, the IBF lightweight champ Raymond Murataya puts his undefeated record on the line against the Olympic gold medalist Andy Cruz at the Fontainebleau. Murataya claimed the vacant title in his last outing, but now he faces the fast-rising, unbeaten Cruz in his first defense, live on his own.
Yeah, class work from Nakatani. There's that left hand. He's taken a couple of really clean shots. Hernandez hasn't responded at all. It's a positive signs for him, something to build on, but the boxing's been class. Look at that. I mean, that is
Look
changing
at the arc of that left hand. I mean, you don't see punch delivery quite like that. You don't see punch pads come at you like that in sparring.
No, you don't. And Mike's touched on it as well. What goes unnoticed is the defense of Nakatani, when he's throwing that left hand, he's out of danger. Right. So far out of harm's way. It's so intelligent.
Yeah, you never really see Nakatani's hand on the center line while he's throwing those shots.
First uppercut missed, the second did not there for Nakatani.
So I've seen as well in the past from Japanese fighters that they love to throw flurries of uppercuts. You don't really see that anywhere else where they'll throw 3 or 4 uppercuts in a row. I've seen it with numerous fighters. Inoue does it.
You see it in video games.
You do, yeah. They just throw unorthodox combinations.
My favorite fighter of all time, of course, Zab Judah, do that as well.
I thought you were going to say Balrog from Street Fighter. Combination there. Better stuff there from Hernandez, who said he wants to avoid making this fight complicated, and certainly he's making this as simple as possible. Mano-a-mano on the inside.
More intent from Hernandez, and he needs to. He can't just keep creeping forward and not throwing anything. It just makes it so easy for Nakatani.
Speaking of the uppercut, you see the way Hernandez fights. Front foot heavy, chin over his front foot. He's really just inviting those uppercuts.
Yeah, the shape, the stance of Hernandez really favours the shot, as you say. Look at that again, forcing Hernandez back then onto the back foot, showing that how bring up with the left hand, and then a 2-punch combination, an uppercut directly into the straight left hand from Nakatani. And you feel Nakatani could do this for 50 rounds. Amanda's walking forward, there to be hit. He has every shot in his arsenal, Nakatani. Comfortable, doesn't he? So composed. Always poised to throw a shot, Mike.
He can really do it all. Fighting going backwards, going forward, lateral movement. And what I really love is fighting against a pressure fighter, the way he delivers those combinations and he turns Hernandez every time.
Huge shots to the body as well.
Hernandez is in there making this a fight. Again, he trains at high altitude for the first time in his career at the Emmanuel Navarrete camp. Forces Nakatani back against the ropes there. Nice uppercut from Hernandez.
Corner, good shot again from Hernandez. The corner liking this for them, man.
For Hernandez, the path to victory is just cutting a ludicrous pace and forcing Nakatani to try and stand up to it.
That's the one.
Seconds.
In doing that, you are vulnerable, but this is better. Promising signs for Hernandez.
You have to think, still a Junto Nakatani round. A pressure fighter like
Fine.
Hernandez is all about building up round after round. Perhaps a speck of confidence for Hernandez as we get back to the stools.
And then when you drop, you can hit him to the ear, but don't like this. Turn the hand and go to the ear. There you go. Good. Whatever, fight, arm six.
More promising signs for Hernandez, but I agree, still a Nakatani round who was picking the shots lovely, the uppercuts, just the spatial awareness, always in range, but able to defend with such ease. Look at that, that's beautiful, just on the outside of that right hand of Hernandez. They're a lot more vocal in that blue corner.
It's round 5 underway. Sebastian Hernandez, who a couple of weeks ago said that he used to watch Nakatani at 118 pounds and think, man, I'm happy he's not in my weight class because I don't want to fight him. You can see his corner just infusing self-confidence in him as round 5 begins.
And you know what? I think you build confidence through these early rounds. You feel the gloves, you feel the power of your opponent. Now you know you're in a fight. Now it's down to you to try and get a foothold in the contest.
Yeah, and of course it's really a hallmark of the Mexican pressure fighter to maybe give up some of the early rounds, but that pressure keeps building and building round after round. And like another great fighter from Tijuana, Antonio Margarito.
Shot to the body there from Hernandez, countered simultaneously there by Nakatani. All right, Mike Coppinger, how do you have this one scored so far?
Clean sweep for Junto Nakatani, 40-36 after the first 4 rounds. I don't think there's been any round you could possibly get from Hernandez, though he is game, he's coming forward, but he's going to have to land something soon to change the momentum here.
Wicked body shot there from Nakatani. Let's take a look at how the fans have this one scored so far. They gave the last round to Sebastian Hernandez, enjoying that late round rally as he gets ripped with another body shot.
No, I'm going to blame Darren Barker here. Barker was giving so much credit to Hernandez round 4, and he's so beloved by the fans, they said it must be right.
I love an underdog story, but it's promising signs in your Hernandez, but I'll tell you what, he's got back to work here, Nakatani, on point, very good. The uppercut,
what uppercut
ridiculous.
And Nakatani, to my eye, Darren, starting to punch to the body with more authority as well.
The left to the body is a hurtful shot. There's that overhand left again, but for any youngsters out there, anyone wanting to know how to throw an uppercut, watch Nakatani. There's no shows, there's no signs. You can't really wind those uppercuts up because you're vulnerable. Does it with such ease.
That's a good point there. You have to say, of all the shots you can throw in boxing, a lead uppercut's probably about as dangerous as it could be, but Nakatani, as you pointed out, manages to do it in a defensively responsible way.
Well, you think that it has to travel far to be a hurtful shot. It doesn't. You turn the knuckle and shoot it through the defense again. Hernandez trying
here from Hernandez. Big overhand right. Digs back downstairs to the body, but Nakatani there to beat it with another left hand downstairs.
And he'll grow off of this, Hernandez. Ever so, a tiny little bit where he's off balance, you'll grow from that. You really feel that he's getting onto your opponent.
Fight!
There's lots to do.
He didn't win that round either, but I thought that was some of Hernandez's best work of the fight late in that round 5.
February 22nd in Detroit, pound for pound great Claressa Shields defends her unified heavyweight titles against longtime rival Franchon Cruz DeZern, chasing another victory in one of her fiercest rivalries, live on the global home of boxing.
Y el aire lo traes excelente, ¿cierto? No has llegado ni a 160.
Yeah, you're doing well, Look at you. The heart rate's good at the moment. 160.
Disfrútalo, ¿ok?
Just go out and enjoy it.
Manos arriba.
Keep your hands up. The exchanges.
De izquierda afuera nomás una vez.
Yeah, land with that left hand.
That's Mike Coppinger's resting heart rate, 160.
Hey, I got the hoop on. I'm not sponsored by hoop.
We could confirm this. Round 6 now underway. Junto Nakatani and Sebastian Hernandez in our co-main event, leading Naoya Inoue and Alan Picasso at the top of the bill. Another uppercut in what has been an uppercut party for Junto Nakatani.
It really has class work. It's about Hernandez trying to build on this pressure now. They're happy with the work, but it's about now turning that into winning rounds. Left to the body, so hurtful. Again, doubling up with the left uppercut. And again,
Side, yeah, from Hernandez. Now starts to flurry to the body. Remember, Hernandez was one of Inoue's sparring partners as he was initially preparing to face Sam Goodman. That turned out to be easy for him. So he spent a little bit of time in the ring with someone of this caliber.
Nice left uppercut followed by left hook upstairs.
Non-stop volume here from Hernandez, but Nakatani just continues to stand in there and blast it with uppercuts and overhand left.
I like this from Hernandez. Really starting to grow into this contest. Landing shots, don't get me wrong. I don't know if this is enough to be winning the round, but this is probably the best start to a round he's had. Round 6.
Work here on the inside from Hernandez. Jolting the head of Nakatani a couple of times, and now lands a nice straight right hand.
The work's increased, hasn't it, from Hernandez?
The work has increased, and I'll say, if the durability body of Hernandez can hold up. This is what fights of the year look like visually. This kind of output.
Yes, spot on. Even a man with 31 wins, no defeats, 3 weight world champion. This is fantastic.
He's winding up. You saw on your screen he's landed 131 shots already in this fight. Hernandez absorbing a lot of punishment, and he is throwing a lot of leather.
I'll show you Mexico.
No, and no doubt, Hernandez is a quality fighter. You see so many fighters want to get their feet wet at their new weight, and there was some pushback at first from Nakatani's team on fighting this type of tough opponent in the first fight. You're seeing why Hernandez is rated number 7 by the ring at 122.
Nakatani might be thinking 118
Just seconds.
already, but Sebastian Hernandez absorbing everything that Nakatani has in him so far.
Side.
Hernandez with Nakatani perhaps a little off balance. And what a fight this is turning.
Each round that passes for Hernandez, his stock is rising, improving his worth as an opponent. Yeah, promising signs for the Mexican once again. The Nakatani really starting to mix fire with fire. Leather fly, both landing inside, both managing to find the target with the uppercuts, body shots raining in. But I'll tell you now, when Nakatani goes through the gears, lets his hands go, he's a joy to watch. Fantastic fighter. But he's in a fight.
Round 7 underway. What has been an incredibly entertaining co-main event here between Nakatani and Hernandez.
That's better from Nakatani there. Just put the hook off the end of the uppercut.
Well, that's a shot that Rudy Hernandez has been calling for in the corner. He keeps telling him, hey, you can hit him on the ear. You go around the guard a little bit, and there you see him kind of corkscrewing that shot.
Yeah, no, certainly after the uppercut, the job of the uppercut is to lift the head of your opponent, then you can find the hook. So, I think we'll start to see a bit more of that from Nakatani, spins off nicely. This is great action.
Hernandez just continues to try and pester Nakatani, who's using a little more footwork right now.
Really starting to trying to at least suffocate Nakatani, get as close as he can.
Uppercut there from Nakatani. Again, going back to what Hernandez told us in the fighter meeting. The main strategy is to cut off the escape routes for Nakatani.
Another similar shot that reminds me of that overhand left is when Sergio Martinez knocked out Paul Williams.
Yes. Yeah, that downward arc, it seemed like it was almost like a 12-6 left hand.
I was ringside for that one. That was an incredible, sickening sound that his body made when it hit the canvas.
Every single day before that fight with Martinez I see that knockout. I couldn't escape social media without seeing that brutal knockout. Again, Hernandez, a lot of these hitting his gloves and arms, but working at least.
Nakatani inviting this inside work. Hernandez doing some good work to the body here.
Hernandez living up to the Mexican fighter name with those big left hooks to the body. You see him doing the marching anytime Nakatani creates some space.
A little space here. Franco's uppercut, but Hernandez is glued to him everywhere he goes. System himself.
It's always going to be the key, right, to get to the second half of the fight where that pressure can really pay off.
Final 30 seconds of round 7. And I don't want to say, Darren, that Nakatani's looking uncomfortable, but I think he's being made to move a little faster than he wants to.
I would say so, yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. He's getting pushed around and often, as I say, losing his shape. And that's something for Hernandez to build on, who's just not, he's not taking his
Just second.
And he's proved to be very
what Mike Tyson said about him, but of course he described him as a mean little guy.
And he's got that right, Mike. Who's going to argue with the great Mike Tyson? But in a way, he's probably looking at that thinking, do not throw this away, Junto. Do your part here.
Sebastian Hernandez now into round 8 as he takes another uppercut there from Nakatani.
If you're Nakatani now, you need to use this force of Hernandez in your favour. So I would feint, take a step back, then fire the uppercut through the guard. And you can finish with the hook, but you need to really use this momentum in your favour. Hernandez, keep those volumes to the body, keep screwing the uppercut through the middle, keep that guard tight.
Punch output here from Hernandez. The question always when you employ a style like this is, can your gas tank hold up? But also, if you're going to absorb this much contact, quite literally, can your face hold up? And somehow, for Hernandez, not really bleeding, no excessive swelling quite yet.
But you don't quite understand or appreciate how much taking shots, even on the arms, empty your tank. And although you may look strong, you're coming forward down the stretch, they can be, not just physically, but soul destroying. But this is, again, positive from Hernandez. Proving his work, proving what fighter he is. For me personally, a real unknown quantity. To see the record has that power, 18 knockouts from the 20 wins. But this is first real test, and he's doing well for him.
Hernandez just does not stop throwing punches, just an otherworldly punch output from Hernandez, and Nakatani's is as well, as he gets touched with a nice left hook there by Hernandez. Still continues to flurry underneath here, just using sheer physicality and volume to walk Nakatani back. But again, is the hourglass going to run out on this strategy for Hernandez, because he is absorbing a lot of quick and power shots in the process?
I'm not sure though, I kind of feel like he could do this. I said it earlier in the fight, I felt like Nakatani could fight all night long, but he's getting made to move more than he ever dreamt he would. I feel like Hernandez, where he's trained at altitude, doing what he does, this is his kind of fight. I feel Mike could do this all night long.
You saw him do it again, very Antonio Margarito-esque. Nakatani backs up, and then you see Hernandez literally march over and run over to make sure he's back right on top of him, smothering him. That's got to be exhausting, not just physically, but mentally.
Nice left to the body though from Nakatani.
Last second.
Hernandez there going punch for punch with Nakatani. Big man being made to work harder than ever before as he steps up in weight.
Still around. No need to engage. You understand? Keep the distance. We already tried the inside, now let's go on this side and let's work on the outside, okay? 1, 2, and step away.
Look at the crowd here in Riyadh there, the growing boxing audience here in Saudi Arabia as we take a look back at the previous round.
I mean, terrific, again, approach to this fight now from Hernandez. Really trying to force himself onto Nakatani. It's making life for the Japanese fighter very, very difficult. Moving more than he ever dreamt he would have to, as I say.
Round 9 underway, and Mike, I'm sure there are a lot of fans who did not think that we would get this far.
No, Corey, I can't imagine there are. There's a lot of buzz around Nakatani, and deservedly so. And Hernandez really an anonymous fighter on the world scene, but he's showing right now why he's one of the best at 122 pounds.
Yeah, and if you're Hernandez, if you were realistically visualizing this fight ahead of time, this is probably about as good as you could have imagined. This is what you're hoping for. You're in the later rounds, you're pouring it on Nakatani, you're probably out-punching him in terms of volume. What more can you ask for?
From the moment this fight was announced, you visualise it, you manifest it, you constantly dream of how you're going to approach the fight, how you're going to win the fight. And as you say, this would have been the approach, this would have been how he dreamt he won the fight that I've given him the last 2 rounds.
more space than he has.
Yeah, I feel like he's been on his toes a little bit too much. He can just take half a step back and then fire through the counters with the uppercut and finish on the hook. Completely neglected the jab as well.
Look at the touchdowns between round 6 and 8.
It's funny, the total punches thrown, I would have said it was in Hernandez's favour.
You know, Corey, Hernandez is really living up to what he told us was going to happen in the fighter meetings. He told him, I'm going to wear him down slowly, put my head in his chest, and the other thing he's doing, I think that's important, is he's moving his weight. He's not a stationary target.
That's the hook from Hernandez. Look, you need two attributes. Fantastic from both. Hernandez, incredible. Talk about his stock rising. Look at this. This is terrific. 1-2. Forcing Nakatani back once again. I was going to say, you need two attributes to be able to fight like this. And that is fitness, of course, and a good chin, durability. And he showed both.
Just an unbelievable exchange here on the inside. Look at Nakatani losing his footing. You know, little discomfort here, courtesy of Sebastian Hernandez.
I like to talk about body language a lot as well, and you really feed on how you're feeling, how your opponent is feeling.
Flurry from Hernandez.
And he's loving this.
Profundo, profundo.
Deep.
Bien, ¿cómo te
Yeah, that
sientes?
was good. How you feeling? Good.
Ok, hay que seguir haciendo los rounds igualito. Nada más mueve la cabeza,
Well,
te
both
quieres
of these
agarrar con el
step
volante
the same way.
izquierda y con el upper.
He's looking for the overhand left and the upper though. You have to feint to get in there.
Terrific fight this, it really is fantastic. You know, you look at this contest earlier, you feel there was no way Hernandez could even get any kind of foothold in it, but he's doing that and some. Incredible approach, non-stop, never die, never say no attitude.
Round 10 underway. Junto Nakatani in what has perhaps been the toughest fight of his career so far against a little-known Sebastian Hernandez, who has just been all over him from the opening bell. Mike Coppinger, how do you have this one scored so far?
Yeah, Corey, I think Sebastian Hernandez is coming on very strong over the last few rounds. I gave him the last 4, and I have it 86-85 for Junto Nakatani. The last round was closer, but Hernandez doing big-time work, and there's no question that this is anybody's fight as we head down the stretch.
Well, and as a personal story in this fight, let's take a look at how the fans have this one scored so far. Look at that. They think that Sebastian Hernandez is winning. And again, going back to the story of Sebastian Hernandez, Darren, we talked earlier this week, rarely have fighters been as open with their negative emotions as Sebastian Hernandez was coming into this fight. But the way he's behaving in the ring right now, utterly fearless.
I mean, look, he needed to get first couple of rounds under his belt to really try and flow into the contest, and he's done that, hasn't he? And a word that I will use now, which is so important, is momentum. Momentum seems like it's in his favour, although, as I say, there's some nice tidy boxing on the back foot from Nakatani, but what an upset this would be, with what potentially lies ahead.
Yeah, can you believe that we can accurately say right now that fight with Inoue that seemed preordained may be hanging in the balance based on the results of these last 3 rounds?
Hey, wouldn't be the first time, right? You think back to Tommy Morrison, who's going to be fighting Lennox Lewis, gets knocked out by little-known Michael Pence. I mean, the list goes on and on. You also had Zab Judah, Lucy Carlos, Baltimore, ended up fighting Mayweather anyway, but I don't see them doing it if the apple cart gets upset here.
Final minute here of round 10. Again, as you're watching a fight like this, you're thinking about what the optics are saying to the judges, and this non-stop downhill momentum from Hernandez, it's appealing to a lot of judges.
Yeah, but there's lots of bit of snap in this round, in the shots, Hernandez. Good pressure. But I feel he's countered well. He's been made to move an awful lot once again.
Good body shot on the fly there from Nakatani.
This would be a major upset for Nakatani. Was as much as a 25-1 favorite in this fight.
Final 15 seconds of round 10.
A bigger favourite than Anthony Joshua was over Jake Paul.
10 seconds.
And he hasn't even thrown himself on the canvas yet either.
Non-stop punching from Sebastian Hernandez.
Side.
Stay a distance, but move from side to side. Do not go all the way back. You understand? Go from side to side. Go from side to side. You understand? You gotta go from side to side. Don't stand in front of him. Go from side to side. Okay? He punches you, so you just go over to the side. And then you go over to the other side. And then you hold him. And you punch. You understand? Hold the punch. You gotta get him out there. So come on, step in, kill him. Kill his momentum. Don't let him get fired up. You understand? More right hand. More right hand, okay?
Sound advice in the corner there. I thought, yeah, just moving back in straight lines far too much. He needs to move lateral, he needs to move side to side.
And Nakatani, Corey, he knows he's in a fight. You see that right eye, serious swelling over it. Could be closing by the end of the fight.
This fight has flown by. It really has. In around 11, incredible.
It's also looked like a fight on fast forward at times as well. The punch output of both men, in particular Sebastian Hernandez, who has pressed the fight since the beginning. And we talked about everything that Hernandez has gone through in life, the birth of his most recent child, who was born with complications. And Darren, you cannot fight the way that he is right now with this kind of reckless abandon, this kind of output without a deeper motivation.
Yeah, something greater than yourself, your desire. You know, you're doing it for others, providing for your family. Look at these stats, incredible. Through 10 rounds, power throw, 613 from Hernandez.
It's like a cardio boxing class,
incredible.
but in an elite boxing contest. Unbelievable output from Hernandez in this fight. Yeah, we'll see if Nakatani can hang on and keep those brilliant plans in store for next summer.
Yeah, Nakatani's got to be feeling the pressure here, both physically and literally.
Right.
But no matter what happens, Sebastian Hernandez has changed his life.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Now, you're telling me you don't want this man on your TV as often as possible?
And think about, if we're going to call him priority mentally, that he showed in the build-up to this fight. How mentally strong he will be. Even if he was to lose this contest, pushing a pound-for-pound star this hard is only going to help the competent fight.
There, look at the eye of Nakatani. It is closing rapidly.
And look at Usyk. See Usyk now leaning over, looking intently at this fight. This has been a great fight. Probably one of the best fights of the year.
We just lost Shiro Taraji on this card. His fight with Saito Inoue, that could be the clubhouse leader for fight of the year. We have another fight on the ballot at the very least right now.
Nakatani's throwing, but a lot of them are hitting the gloves, of Hernandez. Keeps a nice high guard, he's tight. Pressure, as you mentioned, just jogging towards,
running across the ring.
Yeah, that's desire. That's will to win. That's fighting for something else, mate.
That is trademark Tijuana Tornado.
Big left hook there from Hernandez, right on that eye of Nakatani, which I assume can see nothing right now.
And then the 4 shots back, 3 more shots back, all on the gloves again of Hernandez.
10 seconds. Side.
Keep moving to your right, you understand?
through the middle. The left hook's there, just worsening that swelling. Relentless pressure. Constant in your face. Look at this. I mean, this is a superb effort. Not many see this coming.
You need to show your strength. Go in, get up close, keep your hands up. You hear the bell for round 12. The doctor taking a brief look at that eye of Junto Nakatani. And we did not think that we would be here in the 12th round. Many people did not. And if you did, you certainly didn't think that this would be a fight that would be hanging in the balance.
Yeah, Sebastian Hernandez is making a big-time name for himself against the number 6 pound-for-pound fighter in the world, according to Ring Magazine.
All right, Mike, how do you have this one scored as we enter the final round?
Corey, I have the fight 105-104 for Junto Nakatani. It could really be going either way right now. I gave Nakatani the first 5 rounds, but the last few rounds, a lot of them could have went either way. So I think it's anybody's fight, and I expect the scorecards to be all over the place.
Hernandez just racing across the ring at Nakatani, and it feels, Darren, like he feels like he needs a knockout. If you look at the fan zone scorecard, the fans at home, they've fallen in love with Hernandez. They think he's a heavyweight now. I mean, how could you?
I don't know even if he feels he needs one. He just wants one. He's desperate to close this show in style. What an effort it's been. Early on it looks as if Nakatani could do this all night long. It was going to be a walk in the park. How wrong were we? He has ripped up the script, Hernandez, and just said no to everything that Nakatani has put his way.
Hernandez said of Nakatani, he has all the backing of the business that they want to do, but I have the backing of God, which is the most important thing, and that I move forward with. And this seems like a man who's fighting with the energy of the divine right now, just an otherworldly gas tank.
A higher power, a will to win that you need to compete at the highest level to be able to cause an upset. And look at this work again. He does not need to be holding his feet on the ropes there, Nakatani. Again, if you're trying to catch the eye of the judges, that does.
You might not need to be holding the rope, but he felt like he might need to hold right there.
Hernandez out here punching like the opening rounds. I mean, this is the ferocity, the volume. This guy has an unbelievable gas tank.
Nakatani seemingly explicitly right now trying to run out the clock. This is just movement and holding. And Hernandez continues to move his hands, kicking those body shots.
Again, what he could have bought of Inoue. What is that man thinking in his dressing room now?
Look at the right eye of Nakatani. It is floating more and more round after round as it comes to the end of this fight.
The right eye of Nakatani is a balloon. Did Sebastian Hernandez just burst the big Japanese plan for 2020?
Such a sports one side.
Unbelievable performance from Sebastian Hernandez. Potentially ripping up the script here, changing the course of the future. The fight that everyone wanted. Junto Nakatani. Naoya, Inoue. I don't know. I feel I'm with the fans here. I feel Hernandez has won that second half of the fight.
Look at Nakatani's eye. An otherworldly effort. An absurd output, punch output from Sebastian Hernandez as we look at the highlights for the final round.
Just relentless, non-stop. He knew what he had to do. As I say, would have manifested that, would have dreamt it, would have prayed that he was able to put in a performance like that.
And the over-under for this fight, Corey, was 8.5 to 9.5 rounds. I mean, nobody expected this, except maybe Sebastian Hernandez.
And again, there were times when Hernandez admitted to us that he didn't expect this.
But you learn so much about yourself when you put in with an elite level fighter. How good am I? Let's find out. Let's see. wasn't playing up to it. He wasn't trying to give a full sense of security. He just wasn't sure. He didn't know if he belonged at this level, but I'm telling you, he does, and some.
We take a look at the fan zone poll. 60% of our viewers feeling that Sebastian Hernandez has indeed spoiled the party. Mike Coppinger, how did you see this one?
Corey, a fight that close deserves a draw, and that's how I have it. I have it 114, 114. Sebastian Hernandez winning 5 of the last 6 rounds of the fight. I gave Nakatani the first 5 rounds. We'll see how the judges have it, but again, I think this is a fight that can really go either way. Could go Nakatani's way, could go Hernandez's way.
I've got Hernandez here. I've got it by a couple. I thought Hernandez. I just think the second half of the fight was just more eye-catching than the first half, but it's one of those fights.
Well, the unified featherweight queen Amanda Serrano returns home January 3rd in Puerto Rico. The new challenger, the undefeated Reina Tellez, steps in on short notice for an opportunity to upset the future Hall of Famer live on DAZN. And did we just see that man, Sebastian Hernandez, upset a future Hall of Famer in Junto Nakatani? We are ready to find out as we hand it back to Thomas Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Both judges, Gary Kitanoski and Mike Hale, scored the same, 115 to 113. And Judge Nawaf Al-Hamid scores it 118 to 110. All the winner by unanimous decision and still undefeated, Junto!
Yes!
Pull this one out. The score is 115, 113 twice. But that third scorecard, that's going to cause some discussion. We'll discuss it.
Awful scorecard. That really is, I feel for Hernandez. I really do, but I said it earlier on in the contest. He stopped risen in defeat. I had him nicking the contest.
I mean, it just never surprised me. There's always one scorecard that's not even in reality when it comes to these kind of close fights. 2 115, 113 scorecards for Nakatani. Fine, fair play. I had even could have been a 115, 113 fight either way, I thought. But to say that Sebastian Hernandez only won 2 rounds is outrageous and it's disrespectful.
All right, we are ready to hear from Junto Nakatani, who is standing by with Ade.
Junto, congratulations on the big victory. It's the biggest victory of your career, the hardest victory of your career as well. Did you think you did enough to win on the scorecards?
おめでとうございます、ジュント選手。この中谷選手のこのキャリアの中でも一番大変な試合でなったのかと思いますけれども、今のご感想、このようなことをご想像されていらっしゃいましたでしょうか。
はい、まずサウジアラビアで試合ができたことを感謝いたします。そしてセバスチャン・ヘルナンデス、とても強かったです。ありがとうございました。とてもタフな試合になって、自分のボクシングキャリアにとってもいい経験になりました。
First of all, I'm so grateful to have been able to have this opportunity to fight in Saudi Arabia, and it was a great match. Fernandez, the opponent, was a very tough and great fighter, and it was really a very great learning experience for me, and I'm really grateful for that. Thank you.
It was your first fight at super bantamweight, the 120-pound, 122-pound division. Normally when you land those shots in the lower weight classes, the fighters get knocked out or they go down. Was you surprised that he was able to take your power?
はい、通常は、最近は階級を上げて戦ってらっしゃるわけですけれども、今まで従来でしたらもうこのような試合の時はもうすぐにノックダウンノックアウトが決まってらっしゃったかと思うんですけれども、本日の試合でこれほど時間がかかるこのような対戦相手が、ご自身の力を奪うような、展開になるとは思っていらっしゃいましたでしょうか。
はい、もうそういうことを想定して練習はしていたんですけど、セバスチャン・ヘルナンデス選手のすごくいいファイトをしてくれたので、僕自身も成長できました。
Well, I was prepared for this, the matches to develop this way as well, and I was preparing myself accordingly. And Fernandez, the opponent, really delivered a great fight, so it was a great opportunity for me to grow accordingly.
The fight we all want to see, the reason you're in the 122-pound division is for the fight against Inoue. Is that the fight that you want next?
はい、このような重量階級を上げての試合に挑んでいらっしゃるのは井上選手との対戦ということも目指していらっしゃるんだと思います。次の対戦相手、次を目指していらっしゃるのは井上戦でしょうか。
はい、もちろん世界チャンピオンを目指してこの階級に転向したので、そのチャンスをいただけるならしっかり仕上げます。
Of course, I changed my weight class to aim for the world champion. And if I would be given the opportunity to fight on that stage, I will do my best.
Finally, Nakatani, you have a lot of Japanese fans here that have traveled from Japan to see you fight, a lot of Saudi Arabian fans as well. A final word to your fans.
はい、この会場にもたくさんの日本の、観客が日本からお越しになって声援を送られていらっしゃいました。そして地元サウジアラビアの、観客の方もたくさんの声援を送られていらっしゃいました。ファンの皆様に一言お願いいたします。
皆さんのおかげで無事に勝利することができました。ありがとうございます。
I was able to make it and win the match. Thanks to all your support. Thank you so much indeed.
Congratulations, Nakatani, on a big victory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. See you next fight.
Well done. Thank you. Guys.
Thank you so much, Ane. What a fight. Junto Nakatani picks up the victory. The scorecards 115, 113 twice, and then a 118 at 110, which again will engender some discussion, but there is no debate about how great this fight was.
Fantastic, it really was, and just proof that you never stop learning in life, and certainly in the sport of boxing. 27 years old, in his 32nd contest, Junto Nakatani, but he was made to work for every inch of his life there. He really was, from Sebastian Hernandez, who completely turned the fight on its head. Really good positive start from Nakatani, finding range really easy with the uppercuts, probably the most eye-catching of the shots from the Japanese fighter. But it was just that never say no attitude from Hernandez. Just keep coming forward, that high guard, some shots creeping through. This is obviously before the eye damage. But then these middle rounds, he started to really grab hold of the contest. It was a nice right to the body. Look at this one land on the point of the chin there. But it just ebbed and flowed, didn't it? And then the eye started to really worsen, close. For Nakatani, made it difficult for him to see those lefts coming. But the worry here is if he doesn't learn in these later stages of his career, Nakatani, is the blueprint there to beat him? Is it pressure? Is it non-stop approach to a contest that will unravel and beat this man here?
Well, Nakatani had to dig deep, but he has done his part in keeping that Inoue fight alive. As we look at the CompuBox of punch stats, look at the punch output of Sebastian Hernandez, nearly getting to that vaunted 1,000 punch mark against one of the 6 best fighters in the world, Darren.
Fantastic. What an approach to a fight. What a great attitude. But look, he's mixed fire with fire there. Nakatani as well. He's been busy, he's been active. It was just, went one way, then it went the other. Look, I would like to see that again, but there's bigger fish to fry for Nakatani now.
Speaking of which, our main event is coming up next. Naoya Inoue chasing that mega fight in May at the Tokyo Dome. We just saw one Mexican fighter nearly spoil the party. Could Alan Picasso do that? We'll find out coming up next.
まあすごく好戦的でまあ諦めない、最後まで諦めないという選手だなという印象です。
Inoue es un peleador muy explosivo, peleador con mucho aguante, con mucha resistencia.
まあそこはいろいろ対策を練ってきてるので、まあリングの上で見つけていきたいなと。
Hemos trabajado mucho en el gimnasio, una buena estrategia y una buena planeación para esta pelea.
まあこの試合に、勝利して1位に返り咲くという思いはなかったので、まあそういう、いい試合ができたらいいなと。
Hay varios caminos que hemos planteado a lo largo de toda la preparación.
もちろん勝つつもりで、どんな展開でも、いいボクシングを展開していきたいなと思います。
Get set for another year of non-stop action on the zone.
Wow! Let the party begin!
From the first whistle to the final buzzer, we're in your corner for every moment that matters. Oh, yes. All year long. All in one place.
There's your ball game! Brilliance of Alexander Usyk! He's in for the touchdown! He's done! Once again winning matches. With his Spanish, absolutely outstanding! He shoots! He scores! Oh my good work! How good is that? Big time! That is extraordinary!
The Zone, your home of sport.
The difference is that you push too much. No need to push. Just stay. No need to push. Just punch. You push, you punch. So just stay. Try a little bit. Bounce, have the bounce. Stay low. Don't like too far. Five, come baby. What, 10's on? That was wrong. 10. What do you think? Not bad, huh? A little bit more. You see everything? More timing. Timing is better, huh?
He's really focused on being the best version of himself. He's always challenging himself to be even better. He never stops working on being best.
I think more faster, also more damage and more easy, more control. More relaxed, less energy, more power. Same power, but.
It's been a good night of boxing so far. Good day of boxing so far. The Mohamed Abdo Arena. Boxing is a story where you can never really write the results, and I think we've seen that so far. 3 down, 1 to go. The 1 to go is Inoue against Picasso. That's coming up, but loads of boxing to tell you about coming up as well. Next Saturday, we've got heavy hitter. Reina Tellez steps in against Hall of Famer Amanda Serrano, while Stephanie Han takes on former UFC champion Holly Holm in the co-main event of that fight. January the 10th, we go to Germany. Agit Capiel defends his WBC interim heavyweight title against Damien Kipper. And January 24th, rising star Moses Italma returns in Manchester to take on veteran Jermaine Franklin. Then January the 31st, Ring 6, the supercar, Teofimo Lopez welcomes Shakur Stevenson to the 140-pound division. January the 31st, New York City, Madison Square Garden. Remember, you can catch all these fights live on the Zone. fights coming your way in 2026, and we've got something really exciting to tell you about as well. Introducing the Zone Ultimate. This is the best value on the Zone right now. You can get access to a minimum of 12 pay-per-view events, the best fights with the biggest fighters. You can enjoy HDR quality with Dolby sound on selected events as well, plus loads of other great benefits. Just head to thezone.com now to check it out. Big names in the house. Doesn't get much bigger than these two, does it? I mean, I wonder what the amateur record was between these two fighters. The great Alexander Usyk and the now retired Gennady Golovkin in conversation. Maybe about what they just saw there. Junto Nakatani getting the victory over Sebastian Hernandez. I think we all agree that he got the victory on stage with Mike Coppinger, Darren Barker, and Amir Khan. Mike, I want to come to you. Just because one of the scorecards almost gulped when I heard it. 118, 110. I believe that you spoke to the commission about that scorecard. What did they say?
Yeah, I spoke to Jose Mohan, who's the head of the Middle East Boxing Commission here, and he said he's definitely going to investigate and review that 118, 110 scorecard. It simply was not reflective of what we saw on the ring. At ringside, I had a 114, 114. I thought it was a 115, 113, either way kind of fight, and it's just is not right.
Darren, can I ask you, just on that, piggyback on it, what did you have it scorecard-wise?
Yeah, I felt Hernandez had just nicked it. I'm not going to scream robbery. I think 115, 113, either way could have been that. There were some really close fights, but the 118, 110 is outrageous. I don't know how that could possibly be the case. It's ludicrous, but a brilliant fight. As I said in commentary there, Nakatani has bigger fists to fry, but it's a fight I'd like to see revisited.
Yeah, we said this, didn't we? Amir, when you have something big in front of you, there can always be that banana skin. And me and you were ringside watching it, and we're like, well, this could go either way. That was the banana skin, wasn't it?
And it almost happened.
Yeah.
The fight was very close. I mean, what I liked about Hernandez, he was putting the pressure on. He had no respect for him. He kept putting the pressure on, throwing a lot of punches.
Look at his eye as well.
He was a more busier fighter, and you see there how Junto looks beaten up.
Yeah. I
had Hernandez winning the fight by 1 round. It could have gone either way, but like I said, the win gate went to Junto. I think now, hopefully, the pressure is now on this fight.
I wonder, with how that kind of played out, I do wonder if they now go to the Inoue fight. I think that they wanted Junto to have an excellent performance, almost push and sell it. On Inoue, I mean, controversy continues throughout the night.
But it's always an issue. It's still a sellable fight. It's a fight that's always going to sell because the both being from Japan. So I think it's always going to sell that fight regardless.
No, don't get me wrong. I'll be on the first plane there.
Yeah, I want to see that fight, exactly.
I'm not saying don't make it. I will be there. I just wonder. There's been an issue with Inoue backstage regarding hand wraps. What can you tell us, Mike?
Yes, Ade. So Inoue, he had to wrap his hands twice. The first time he did it, the inspector came and saw it, and they said, no, do it again. They thought he was stacking when he wrapped his hands. And stacking, of course, for those who don't know, is you put gauze on your hand and then tape, and then gauze and then tape again. And what they allow here is only gauze and then tape, so only one layer. So he's done it again and no problem.
Mentally, I mean, look, you can see Inoue almost puzzled, like, what's going on? This is what I always do. Mentally, how difficult is that for Inoue? He's got his hands wrapped, ready to kind of hit the pads, and then someone's coming and said, no, take that all off there.
It's not the end of the world. It messes up your timings ever so slightly. They're sort of regimental in their build-up. When you're in the dressing room, you want to get warm. You're looking at the clock, you're making sure you're on schedule, so you just sort of set back a little bit. But he's seen it all before. But I tell you what, mentioning that last fight again, there's a man in Alan David Picasso who's just seen what Hernandez has done there, thinking, do you know what? I can do that too. I can get busy. I've got to try and rip up the script also and change my life.
Yeah, I don't know if it was yourself or Mike or Corey who said people might not know Sebastian, but he's Mexican. And that's enough, isn't it? Once you get these Mexican fighters, doesn't matter where they're ranked, they look at this as a massive opportunity. And finally, on Hernandez, I just hope he comes back again. Because who wouldn't want Hernandez on every single fight card, Mike?
No question. I mean, this guy just changed his life. I mean, we all want to see guys that come non-stop pressure, volume punching, and he was literally marching his way every time. He didn't let Nakatani breathe, so we're going to see a lot more of him, no question.
Yeah, let's build up now to the main event, Inoue versus Picasso. Remember, Inoue may be pound for pound #1. Alexander Usyk will argue that he's ringside. Inoue's going to see that Nakatani performance, and I almost feel like that's giving him the big warning. No slip-ups.
I mean, slip-ups can happen in boxing, so I'm sure he's going to go into this fight and win it in good style. I think he's such an experienced fighter, in a way, that he's going to probably do a better job than what we saw Junto do. I think he's going to show why he is the #1. And, I mean, look, the pressure will be on him as well, because one of his countrymen didn't do as well as a lot of people expected. But I'm sure, look, with the experience that they've got, he'll put on a good performance. He'll go in there and do what he does best.
Are we all guilty, and I mean all of us here collectively, of almost pushing these fighters to jump weight classes? And I almost feel like sometimes I look at Nakatani, I'm in the ring with him, and I'm looking at him like, you probably are a 118 pounder. Now we've just said, okay, get up to 122 to take on Inoue. And Inoue, I mean, some people have said silly things like go to 130. I think we're going to see tonight that sometimes there are weight classes for a reason.
Yeah, it's strange. You know, Legacy now isn't just winning a world title, which was everyone's sort of goal. It's about doing it in multiple divisions now, not even winning one title in multiple divisions, you know, undisputed champion multiple divisions. And
it makes us look normal.
I mean, I'm a mere mortal, I really am in comparison to you guys, but, you know, it will be the undoing of a lot of fighters, the jump too far. You mentioned Bam stepping up 2 divisions. It could be too much, and it would be a shame, but then again, we've heard Eddie Hearn talk about it in the past, you know, it's not how you lose, if you lose, you know, it's the manner and what performance you put in. So I'm just thrilled and honoured of all these guys that are putting it all on the line.
Micah, I feel bad we haven't spoken too much about Alan Dava Picasso, who could come and cause an upset. I mean, he's an unbeaten fighter, he's a tough fighter, rugged, Mexican pressure fighter. Could we see the unthinkable in that ring in a couple of moments?
We'll find out, Ale, but I met with him earlier this week, and man, he is so impressive. This guy just finished his graduate degrees earlier this year. While he was preparing for a fight with Kameda, he won out by majority decision. He has a neuroscience degree, so this is a guy who's a genius, and he said he actually wants to dedicate his life to studying boxing brains and the punishment that fighters inflict on one another, so this is a special kind of guy.
Okay, I'm going to go down the line here, a prediction. Not just a win, but how does he do it? Mike?
Look, I respect Picasso a lot, but Inoue is one of the greatest of all time, and I think he stops Picasso inside the distance.
Okay, cool.
Inoue late.
Late. I want rounds, guys. That's too easy. Inside the corner. Give me a round.
Between 10 and 12. Is that right?
Yeah.
I'll say round 7.
Round 7, Ania?
I say round 6 Inoue. I think the punches and punches are going to work for him. He's going to throw them combinations, them angles, and he's going to shoot them big body shots in, and I think he'll be over mid-fight.
Okay, I'm going to sit on the fence because I've got to interview the winner and I'm not going to get in trouble. I'll just go to the tape for the big one. Let's have a look at this. Naoya Inoue, 32 years of age now. Picasso 25. The height in favour of Picasso as well. But you look at the knockout record, and that's what Inoue does. 31 wins, 27 by knockout. Picasso 32 wins, 17 by knockout. Undisputed super bantamweight crown on the line, and this our main event. Now, what would a big Super Saudi Arabia fight be without a Super Saudi Arabia performance? This one, very, very special. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. The Ring 5, Night of the Samurai main event. And special thanks for making it possible to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and the Chairman of the General Entertainment Authority and the Saudi Boxing Federation, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh. This event is presented by Riyadh Season and The Ring Magazine, Stella and promoter Eddie Hearn from Matchroom Boxing, along with JLE Cinema Group, Ohashi Promotions, Zanford, and PBC. Along with our premium partners, the Saudi Tourism Authority, STC, Saudi National Bank, Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib Medical Group, and Saudia Airlines. Strategic partners, Mayer United, Arroya Cruises, Sadia, Lucid Motors, SHG, and Azure. And our main partners, Pepsi and Arena Fitness Innovation. Our commercial partner is Prime. This event is broadcast live to Japan on Lamino and worldwide on DAZN. Go to DAZN.com, DAZN.com. So now, from the Mohammed Abdul Arena, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this party started! Now making his entrance to the ring, the challenger, Alain David El Rey Picasso!
Well, it's hard to fathom a more audacious pair of goals to have than the ones Alain Picasso has set for himself in life. Win a Nobel Prize and beat perhaps the best fighter in the world. Outside of the ring, Picasso studied neuroscience, in part to better understand the brain of the fighter. One time, even having a final exam the day of a weigh-in. Tonight, he enters the final exam of his boxing career, so to speak. A chance to test his IQ against a boxing genius. A win tonight will represent one of the great upsets and most significant wins in Mexican boxing history. But as we know, no dreams are too big for El Rey.
And now making his entrance to the ring, the defending champion, Naoya, the monster, Inoue!
Only a handful of fighters per generation do not have to negotiate between speed, power, accuracy, and defense. What makes Naoya Inoue even more special is that he also hasn't negotiated between activity, dominance, and ambition. With a victory tonight, Inoue would surpass Canelo Alvarez for most wins over Ring Magazine top 10 rated fighters since 2010. Going 26-0 with 23 knockouts in title fights. It's a resume that may already make him the greatest Japanese fighter ever. But there's a generational clash that awaits him, the biggest one of all.
at this time, we would like to honor our host nation with the national anthem for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Ring 5 Night of the Samurai main event. 12 rounds of boxing for the Ring Magazine and undisputed Super Bantamweight Championship of the World. Sanctioned by the Saudi Boxing Commission and all the international commissions. Jose Mohan, President and Commissioner at ringside. And our 3 judges scoring from ringside will be from South Africa, Dion Duarte. From Spain, Colonia Fernandez. And from the United States, Steve Weisfeld. And inside the ring, in charge of the Action at the Bell World Championship veteran referee from the United States, Kais Jr. So now, the officials are in place and they are ready. The fighters are in the ring, and they are ready. So for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white and black, and officially weighing in at 121.1 pounds. His professional record, an excellent one. 32 victories, including 17 big wins by knockout. Without a loss, he has 1 draw, and he's ranked by the Ring among the best in the world in this division, and #1 by the WBC. Damas y caballeros del barrio de Tepito, la Ciudad de México, Distrito Federal, México, the undefeated challenger, El Invicto, André, El Picasso, David Picasso, Junior. Across the ring, fighting out of the red corner, wearing paint trimmed with white, officially weighing in at 121.5 pounds. He's recognized by all as one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world and brings a perfect record to the ring. 31 fights, 31 victories, 27 big wins by knockout, the 4-division world champion, 2-division undisputed world champion, fighting out of Yokohama and representing all of Japan, ranked by all the commissions of the Ring Magazine as the undisputed, undefeated Super Bantamweight champion of the world, Naoya, the monster, Inoue.
All right, gentlemen, you received the instructions in the dressing room. Know what I expect? A good, clean fight. Ya recibieron las instrucciones que una pelea limpia. Legal punches, golpes legales. Legal punches here for you. Golpe legales aquí. Touch gloves go to both of you. Buenos de los dos. Touch gloves.
We just saw Yuta Nakatani almost let the Inoue showdown slip through his fingers. And Inoue keep that mega fight intact now with a big win over Picasso.
The monster has arrived in Saudi Arabia. Our main event, Inoue, Picasso, underway. knees, so to speak, and do the unthinkable here in the main event.
It would have to be, won't it, against one of the best to ever do it. It'd have to be educated pressure, but pressure you do feel, along with volume, is his key to victory here. In a way, there's multiple ways he can do this. Just having a look on the back foot, the jab is the weapon that just unlocks everything for the Japanese fighter.
I mentioned the different ways that Inoue can do this. Last time out against MJ Akhmadaliev, he said quite explicitly and purposely he wanted to outbox him in that fight, and he did. He outboxed like a man who many consider to be the best pure boxer in the division.
Yeah, Inoue could do it all, really. And, you know, he can box going forward, going backward. He has massive power in both hands. That's why he's one of the all-time greats. And Picasso, though, you have to feel like he has a lot of motivation and a lot of confidence now after his countryman just pulled off the upset. Maybe he's thinking now, maybe I can do the same.
Right-handed body from Picasso.
We're seeing something already that we haven't seen much of this evening, and that's feinting. And we're seeing, in a way, feinting really well. Trying to unlock that defense, that tight defense of Picasso. There are openings to the body, though, of the Mexican. We've seen how well, in a way, does target the body.
Picasso coming off a victory, a 10-round majority decision win over Konosuke Kameda in a fight that really turned into a bit of a war.
Yeah, it was a good scrap, that. It really was. Very good battle. This is different kettle of fish altogether. Speed in a way as well, Mike. So impressive.
And Corey, as Picasso told us, you know, he had a lot of distractions. He was studying for finals. He's in neuroscience. So this time he has a clear mind and a lot of planning ahead of the fight.
Yeah, he had a final exam 20 days before that fight. But to your point about the clear mind, again, this is a fight that's been pending about for the better part of a year based on Picasso's WBC ranking. So this is a matchup that he's been studying and thinking about for a very long time.
Good pressure from Picasso. Giving a guard nice and high, nice and tight. Picasso very impressive in a way. He snapped it into the body. That's going to be the first obstacle for Inoue. Try and find the target upstairs. Try and pry open that defense of Picasso.
Inoue historically very measured.
10 seconds.
Hand speed from Inoue. Two-punch combination to the body as he lands a left hook up top. The main event is underway here in Riyadh.
5.
Short and gradual.
Back live here in Saudi Arabia. We listen to Naoya Inoue.
Just be cautious of prepared punch. That's all you need to be wary of.
Round 2 underway. Saw Inoue's father, Shingo, in his corner, as we referenced earlier on here tonight. Also the trainer of his brother, Takuma Inoue. And the Inoue brothers went back to their roots, so to speak. They did portions of their training camp outdoors for the first time in many years. A little bit of a nostalgic feel. And this is vintage Naoya Inoue that you're seeing right now. Look at that.
Terrific combination, just going through the gears. So much speed of precision. Just an absolute class act.
Just electric hand speed on Inoue as you see him go to the body. That quiet opening round, the hallmark of Inoue fights. Even in fights like the Yi Jun Kim fight, Mike, where he knew that his opponent was overmatched, he still gives them the respect of having that quiet opening round and gathering information.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he's the best in the world, right? He's always gathering information and studying his opponent. So I think everything that Inoue does is really predicated on that amazing quick first step.
Big right hand there from Inoue.
He's just creeping the wrong direction. Picasso moving on to that right hand. He's better off taking a little step to his right hand side, away from that thunderous right of Inoue.
Inoue told us there would be no back foot boxing here tonight. He said that he is looking for the knockout against Picasso, and he is hammering him with clubbing shots right now. And a reply from Picasso.
There's a nice right hook there from
Yes, there
Inoue.
was.
Got around that left guard, didn't it? Of Picasso. He felt the shot. Yeah, real menacing look from the monster as he creeps forward and lets these shots fly.
Well, and that's what you can do with the lead hand speed there, and you can throw with your opponent and just get there first.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's almost incorporating timing into your speed, you know, which makes it very hard to be beaten.
So far, this has been a body punching clinic. Both guys landing big shots to the midsection.
With that right hand, Picasso lands one of his own.
Stayed in the pocket a little too long with that lead hand low. In a way, a nice right hand from Picasso.
Right in front of Picasso, daring him to exchange that time, standing right in front of his lead hand down.
Shot the full guard in a way as well. From Picasso, looks at the left hook as well. Right there from Picasso.
Seconds.
Takes a couple of good shots here. Alan Picasso.
Hook there from Picasso.
Side.
Eating up. He's slow in that exchange. You have to try and respond.
Lovely jab from Inoue. The variation that sets up all of this fantastic work. It enables him to get the feet close, and the shots just rain in from all angles. Really, really impressive work from the four-weight world champion. Really classy stuff. And there was one of those right hooks that got round that left guard of Picasso, like we say. Seemed to stun the Mexican ever so slightly, but Picasso, he's in the fight now. 2 rounds gone. He's still there.
Round 3 underway. Inoue looking for the 4th defense of his Ring Magazine title in a single year, as we talked about at the top of the broadcast. That would match the feat of Larry Holmes, Easton Assassin. One of the things that's been so impressive about Inoue's rise is that in an era of weight climbers, it's not unusual to see people moving up in weight. Inoue has been dominant at every weight class and has stuck around long enough to really stake his claim as undisputed and Ring Magazine champion.
Yeah, Corey, and there's also a lot of talk, and there has been for a couple of years now, going all the way up to 126. I would imagine that might be the limit. It's not 130, but you know, basically it's now 30 pounds.
During his ring walk, 26-0 record in title fights. A credit to my pal Cliff Roll for doing the math on that one.
Man, it's a beautiful shot here. There's a jab right uppercut to the left to the body. Constantly keeping Picasso thinking, unsure where these shots are coming from. But this is a real good effort though from the Mexican. Picasso trying to force his physical strength into this contest. Looking for a stabbing jab to the body. I think that is the key to setting up his attack, that jab to the body.
Yeah, take a slight step back here and hearing the advice of his corner who told him, hey, you don't want to get into a terror.
It's still early and Inoue's winning the fight, but certainly Picasso does not seem out of his depth. I mean, this is a world-class fighter. Number 3 by the Ring Magazine at 122 pounds. Smart guy, and anytime you saw those top 25 under 25, Picasso was right at the top.
Nice chopping right hand there from Picasso as Inoue comes back, leaping in with an uppercut. Just missing the rocket of the right hand there inside the final minute of round 3.
to throw that classy 4-5 punch combination, but then a nice double left hook. Pairs their body as he does again there. He screwed the uppercut through. Nice work from Picasso.
He's landing a lot to the body. He's finding a home with those shots.
Right hand from Inoue, make it 2.
Cannot switch off. When you're in there with someone who's as fast and as accurate as Inoue, I can't tell you how mentally draining it is. You know, that sends signals to the body. It's just exhausting.
Just seconds.
Left hook there from Picasso. He misses with a right hand behind it.
5.
Behind the hand there from Inoue as we head back to the corners.
That's where you go. And respond quickly. On the left body, that's where you're aiming at. If it gets the timing right, like you recover quickly. Focus and cover.
The heavyweight champ watching intently there from ringside. And if Inoue can win and win impressively, Mike, there will be a debate over who will be number 1 atop that pound-for-pound list. So we've got a long way to go. Alan Picasso very much in this fight, so Inoue looking like a very strong version of himself here tonight.
Looking really, really good, looking fired up, looking focused, really committing to the shots. Again, I'm a big advocate of the foundations, the grounding, the footwork of these Japanese fighters, and we're seeing that here in a way. Look at that, just a fraction out of range of with the shot from Picasso, who, I have to say, it's been a really game effort so far. Picking his moments well, landed some good shots. Just feel that any moment, in a way, could just burst into life and unleash just hellish combinations.
Yeah, Corey, you see the physique on Inoue. He was telling us in the fighter meetings, right? Like you were saying, look, I'm more muscular now, right? And certainly he is. Growing into the weight class.
It hasn't taken any of his speed away either, has it? Just still has a blistering hand speed.
That left hand to the body a moment ago that his father Shingo was asking for. Wicked left hook up top there. I think Darren, he was selling that body shot and then came up top with the left hand.
Yeah, good. Inspired. Got that right. Yeah, so you see it, he's just a step ahead here in every single department. Boxing nicely on the back foot. But he made it a struggle for Picasso to land it or even get close. He's not exaggerating the movement too much, in a way. He's a little fraction left, right, half a step back. That enables you to do it all night long.
From Picasso, that might be the hardest body shot he's landed in this contest.
Talk about in a way having to react quicker. That's what Picasso needs to do. He needs to be as sharp as possible. That was a nice left to the body.
And another one. That would make any Mexican fighter proud.
Left hook up top there from Inoue. Picasso spent some time under the mentorship of Eric Morales, who he really sees as the idol of what he wants to become, the thinking man's warrior.
It really stopped Picasso to commit to attacks here. In a way, it's been very intelligent on the back foot. This is better. These are the passages where Picasso's really got to get to work. When he's got his man back onto the rope, or in the corner, then you get to work. You're just standing in front of him a bit too much there. I like to see him just
God, seconds.
get either side of the target.
Inoue, I was begging him to do so as he lands one final right hand and will head back to the duel.
5.
Germany for his homecoming at the Rudolf Weber Arena in Oberhausen live on the Zone.
Intelligent boxing on the back foot. These are some clips right at the end of the round where Picasso managed to pin Inoue on the ropes and landed some shots, avoiding some of the combinations coming back. But generally, it was a really, really good round, a good demonstration of boxing on the back foot from Inoue. So comfortable, isn't he, in any region, any part of the ring. Some good shots though from Picasso. Nice left hook.
Round 5 now underway. Inoue, as promised, a more aggressive version of himself here tonight than he was against MJ Akhmadaliev. And you can see those large stretches where he's just planting his feet immediately in front of Picasso. This is a man with incredible belief in his own hand speed and power.
Yeah, and Picasso's been incredibly patient so far. We see a contrast of Mexican styles in the two main events, right? The last time with Hernandez, we were volume punching, and here Picasso with the patient counter shots and the body shots.
He's just a little worried just to close that gap, Picasso. See there, he needs a little shift, stay low, get close to the body or Inoue, then you can land the shots, but he's always wary of what will come back and where it will come back. Jab, one of the best jabs in world boxing, Inoue.
Jab to the body. Up there from Picasso. Inoue, you see that attitude. As soon as he gets hit, he comes back, trying to get 3 or 4 in return.
Yeah, I'll show you.
He's excited about it. I think he wants Picasso to open up like we've been saying for him.
Yeah, I think he's entering this fight explicitly wanting an entertaining fight. Which again, it is a great luxury, Darren, to choose how you want a fight to unfold.
Absolutely, you're in control of a contest. It's so important. You know, these are marathon, not sprints. These 12-round contests. So being able to control the pace, the direction, it is so important. That's ring management. That's ring IQ. And this man here on the retreat, choosing to be on the retreat, has it in abundance.
Beautiful full counter right hand there a moment ago from Inoue as he bobs and weaves underneath, firing off those big sweeping right hands.
I'm seeing Picasso throw the double left hook. He throws it really well. It's upstairs. Really hooking it into the body. Narrowly missing with that left hook upstairs.
Inoue trying to hook with Picasso there, trying to beat him in with his back against the ropes. Oh, that's right hand there from Inoue. And Inoue maybe getting the sense that Picasso felt that one with 20 seconds remaining here in round 5.
Picasso does some good work, like we said, but he just doesn't throw in combination. I think because, like you said, Darren, he does not want to be there for the return shots.
Yeah, that was a beautiful right hand there. Look at the confidence from Inoue. Hands low, moving the head, moving target all the time, rolling under that left hook. Beautiful boxing.
Time!
Okay. That was nice. That was nice. That was good. Nice. Keep it to yourself and aim firmly and return the punch. Return your punch.
Yeah, I think it was a good round for Inoue, boxing nice. It was a nice left hook. Didn't really turn the hips into the shot, Picasso. But still trying to edge closer. Needs a bit more purpose. Move that head, roll under the shots that are coming your way, then get close to the body of Inoue. But really good boxing from the Japanese fighter. Class.
Round 6 underway. Ring Magazine and undisputed champion Naoya Inoue putting on an offensive show so far, but Alon Picasso still hanging in there with him. So again, the body language of Inoue towards the end of round 5 5 suggested that he might start to crank it up here in round 6, and it's certainly looking like it.
Yes, Corey, the over-under for this fight was 5.5, so this should be about the moment the odds makers believe that Inoue will turn it up.
Yeah, now just choosing to be the aggressor, build the front foot. How will Picasso respond again? Nice little spin round, moves back to the center of the ring. Picasso ready to try to push Inoue back, but can't afford to fall short. That's better. Jab to the body, then you can work back upstairs.
Of course, Inoue, right, one of the biggest punchers in all boxing. He has actually never boxed 2 consecutive decisions, so trying to not have that mark here.
I'd like to break that streak here tonight. Picasso trying to break through the guard of Inoue to get to the body.
Yet again, the tap upstairs and drop to the body. You can see when he puts his hands higher, there are gaps downstairs for Inoue, so something to aim for. If you're Alan Picasso, nice double jab. And again, nice single jab there, but then it just gives Inoue the kick up the backside to get going.
Good chopping right hand there from Picasso. Inoue, that digs to the body. Good little stretch for Picasso. Maybe the best stretch of sustained offense yet so far. Closing in on the final minute here of round 6. Inoue just missing with that pull counter right hand over the top.
An opportunity to go again there. Inoue, double jab right hand, but look at that. Wow, beautiful stuff, Corey. That really is class. The way he manages to find that left to the body round the right elbow of Picasso really is a thing of beauty.
Out there for Picasso, hanging out on the ropes. A good left hook to the body.
He just doesn't have the power, does he? You feel Picasso to put a dent in Inoue. He's just walking forward now with a menacing look on his face.
And you saw when Inoue was landing just there, it doesn't matter if it's on the gloves or not, it punches right through the guard, that still hurts.
Yeah, it's moving Picasso with every shot. Here in round 6. Inoue winds up with another hard body shot there. Picasso spending more and more time with his back against the wall. We head towards round 7.
You won the round, but you need to start earlier. Yeah, he hit me with a left hook to the body. Don't do that again. Don't stand straight in front of him. Don't go there. You hit him with a hook. You can hit him with a hook. Keep working. And make sure you've got that hand up. He's looking for that overhand right. We have to work out his footwork. Look for angles. If you don't move, you're going to be in trouble. Now you need to look for his mistakes. Yeah, you need to step it up now.
So round 7 begins here in our main event between Naoya Inoue and Alan Picasso. Night of the Samurai here in Riyadh. Alright, Mike Coppinger, have you given Picasso any rounds thus far in this fight?
Not just yet, Corey. I have it a clean sweep over the first half of the fight. 60-54 for Naoya and the monster Inoue. But Picasso has impressed me. He's doing good work in there in spurts. I just want to see him punching more in combination.
Yeah, he's proven his worth here, that's for sure. I agree, I'd like to see a bit more volume, but still he's a little wary, isn't he, of what's coming back. That left to the body that he referred to in the corner there, I think that happened right at the end of the break. There was a lovely shot, a stabbing left to the body from Inoue.
See the fans agreeing with Mike's scorecard. 60-54 every round for Inoue.
Yeah, he's just been a step ahead. They want to see Picasso sort of work off the mistakes, or I would say it's more, in a way, just switching off every now and again. And he's been caught with with shots, not hurtful shots, just more of a reminder to stay switched on, and then he'll fire back with blistering combinations. Just a step ahead in every department of the anyway.
Yeah, and you heard the Picasso corner say we have to figure out his footwork. The problem is, how do you do that? Because there are so many different versions, so many different looks that Inoue could give you, and if you figure one out, he's got about 5 more that he can dig in.
It's the matrix right in front of you, unfolding, trying to work out a Rubik's Cube. It really is a maze, a mystery. He'll skip backwards, but he won't exaggerate the movement too much. Then it'll be left and right, and nothing is exaggerated, which makes it so hard to read. So I think if you're Picasso, bend your knees, attack the body first, stay low, and try and get closer to Inoue. I mean, it's easier said than done.
And it just feels like the hand speed disparity is one of the biggest factors in this fight. And Inoue consistently beating Picasso to the punch.
You feel, don't you, as well, that there's more gears, tons more gears that Inoue could go through whenever he chooses.
Yeah, he felt it in some of those recent knockdowns that he suffered against Neri, against Cardenas, but they were as a result of him getting a little bit reckless. He said that he might not have made those mistakes when he was younger because he wouldn't have been quite as overconfident. It's interesting to see, to hear a fighter say, hey, as I got older, I got a little more reckless.
Yeah, I mean, that does come with confidence. You can be guilty, even the great man himself, and switching off every now and again, coming straight,
seconds.
Take fractions, a little adjustment, get caught fully, that was better defensively. Nice left hook, taking on the glove though, from Inoue.
The fans who traveled here and supported
Time.
to rally their man as we head back to the schools.
Look who's here, the unified heavyweight champ of the world, Alexander Usyk. Alexander, you're watching another pound-for-pound fight in Inoue. Have you been impressed with his performance so far?
Yeah, I like this show. Nakatani fight great, this Mexican guy, Naoya. I happy.
What do you think Inoue needs to do to get the stoppage?
I don't think about this. I just watch fight. Maybe Inoue next fight going up. Maybe, I don't know it. I think it's normal. Because, Inoue have very fast. Yeah, it's a competition. It's a very strong guy.
Very quickly, before you go, what happens next with you, Usyk?
Next year.
Wilder?
I want to fight with Baron's Bomber. Yes, well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Adi. You heard the round of applause from my commentator to my left here.
Yeah, I mean, that would be easy work, but I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Back to our main event here between Inoue and Picasso.
And he's winning this one at a canter. He really is in first gear, Inoue. I don't want to take nothing away from Picasso. He's trying. He really is trying to get closer to the great, but just really struggling with the hand speed, the foot speed, the reactions, and just the know-how. That is a huge step up for Picasso. You have to remember, albeit he does have 33 fights to his name, but none at this level, none even close to this level. So, you'll find out things about yourself. And sometimes in sport, you just get beat by the better man.
Yeah, you see, Inoue, to this point in the fight, landing 105 power shots already. Credit to the durability of Picasso that we are here in the 8th round, considering those numbers. Picasso changing his posture up a little bit, dipping down low. Gonna offer up a little more upper body movement here.
It's incredible how Inoue manages to punch through the target but still remain balanced, centered. It's an incredible skill. Look at the fence there. Always sort of nullifying anything that Picasso may be thinking of doing.
In the last fight, we saw Nakatani control early on, and then Hernandez take over the second half of the fight, but not in this one. Inoue cruising so far, cruising toward a showdown with Nakatani. Tokyo Dome next year, that would shatter every record there is in Japan.
Closing in on the final minute here of round 8. Inoue cruising here in this round.
And there's nothing, out the extraordinary here. What he's doing, he's just doing everything so well, showing you how important a jab is, showing you not to over-exaggerate the foot movement, because if you avoid the shot and you move too far back, you're going to struggle to land the counter. Showing the importance of good variation, knowing when to throw the shot, always feinting. It is a really good performance, this.
It's mesmerizing at times to watch, and it's probably mesmerizing for his opponent, Darren, that he can essentially stand in front of him, and the threat of that power and the speed and the movement, it just saps his opponent's self-belief as he lands a sneaky body shot right there.
That's such a...
Everything self-belief, you're emptying the tank, you always have to stay ultra switched on, it's so difficult, but his speed is so important. So important. This is really good display of boxing.
We just heard from the heavyweight champ. How about a young man who is trying to chase him down? Moses Atalma returning January 24th as he takes on Jermaine Franklin in the main event of Queensbury's Magnificent 7 card at Manchester's Co-op Live, as Atalma looks to continue his destruction of the heavyweight division live and exclusively here on his own.
Is he there apparent when we're looking for new stars in the marquee division of boxing? But look at this. One of our marquee fighters. Look at that thunderous left to the body. Huge credit to Picasso there, taking that. Look at this one, right in the solar plexus of Picasso. Taking on while he's complained that he's been caught with those shots, but he's still there. He's not gone down. Brave effort, but this man here looking levels above.
Round 9 begins. Monster in complete control here in our main event. I think we're well past the point where Picasso will need something big to really get himself into this fight. The question on the other end of the fight is there another year? What is there for Inoue to step up? Is he willing to really turn it on and more explicitly hunt for the knockout?
Yeah, I don't know if Picasso's going to bring it out of him right now. I mean, Inoue spots him comfortably, and he's not really giving him a ton of openings, right? He's not really punching a lot, so the gaps aren't quite there.
Yeah, there's gears to go through, and what makes Inoue very exciting is he can go from first to sixth, just like that. Not taking any silly risks at the minute, I mean, complete control, outclassing the Mexican right now, lands a nice left to the body, but hands nice and high, stalking his man, Inoue.
Again, as we pointed out in this fight, when Picasso has a speckle of success, you heard Picasso kind of vocalizing with his punches a little bit. You see Inoue just step to him and say, hold on, young man, don't get too confident.
Yeah, and almost tries to mess up what he's just done. If he lands a left to the body, Picasso, he'll throw an even better left to the body. You want to work the jab, I'll throw a better jab.
Head movement of Inoue, just getting 1 inch out of the way of that big left hook of Picasso. Just the confidence and the skill level of the monster.
And on the flip side, Corey, we just see Picasso just pull a jab there. He was about 6 inches short the target, and that shows a real lack of confidence.
But I do believe that Picasso's jab and his sense of responsibility have made it so that it's not so easy for Inoue to just step on the gas.
45 seconds remaining here in round 5. Inoue again catching Picasso with the left hook. Tries to step in with one of his own. Hard body shot again there from Inoue.
I really think these lefts to the body have done some real damage to Picasso. He's not committing to the shots. He's just putting the shots out there. I think he's been hurt badly to the body.
He is just sinking into the ropes right now. As Inoue sinks a right hand to his body and another one right behind and that left elbow.
He just can't stop moving his tracks. None of these shots are having any effect on Inoue.
Oh, good clubbing shot there from Inoue. And a late leg. Inoue Inoue tonight has been absolutely relentless as we look at a supercut of some of that work, Darren.
And they really, really damaged not just the physical frame of Picasso, but the spirit of the Mexican. They've been thunderous shots coming in from all angles, taps upstairs, drops to the body, and I really feel if this is going to end inside the distance, it will be work to the body.
Each other, like what you should do strategically.
Round 10 now underway. Looking at Inoue in the corner, both the condition of his face and how heavy he's not breathing. It looks like he just entered the ring right now.
Yeah, walking the park right now, and there's no disrespect to Picasso who's trying, but just there's levels. You know, sometimes come up against someone who's just that much better than you, and that's what we're seeing. This is not where Alan David Picasso wants to be. Being pushed back by the monster, thunderous puncher, a terrific finisher in a way.
Nice one uppercut though. Signs of hope, but back comes Inoue with 2 uppercuts and a left hook to the body of his own. In some way, you get the feeling like he wants Picasso to try that a little bit more. He wants him to open up.
I think so. It'll make life a lot more easier for someone who's naturally an aggressive counterpuncher to find those shots. Beautiful work with that lead hand, jab, double left hook.
Everything Inoue does in there is just so effortless. The way he glides around the ring, the way he throws the combinations, changes the angles.
And the speed and the accuracy is that of his shots in the first round.
You know, it's the head movement too tonight, guys. I think we often think about and talk about Inoue in terms of how brilliant his offense is, but the way that he's fighting here tonight, I mean, that looks like elite defensive work as well.
Fractions, you know, small margins, fine lines. It really is the difference between winning and losing. And I've used the word, he just doesn't exaggerate anything.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt that this is class work, and this is as sophisticated as we've ever seen him in the ring.
This is one of the things, Darren, that Joe Gallagher said. Of course, he trained Paul Butler for his fight against Inoue. So the thing that impressed him most about Inoue is this, the calmness. He's one of those fighters, it seems like his blood pressure goes down when the bell rings.
Yeah, composure and discipline is just, you know, I say it all the time, they're sort of fundamentals that get overlooked. Left hook inside for an arm shot again, nothing troubling Inoue.
Anyway, just dancing in and out, virtually untouched. There's Picasso, and finding a left hook to the body every once in a while. Nice little up jab, pops the head back of Inoue momentarily.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some real damage to the ribs of Picasso. The reason I say that is just
that second.
As there was, you know, early on he was missing a lot, but he was really trying to damage whoever. We've not seen that now, and that can happen when you have damage around that rib cage.
Live!
6 minutes, the most important 6 minutes of your life. Everything, you have to give absolutely everything. Go for him. For fuck's sake, there's 6 minutes. You have to go for him. Get on the inside. Everything on the inside. Hit him so he does no longer have any strength on his shots. Look for angles. You have everything to be able to find those angles. Yeah? Don't be careless. He's looking at right hand. He wants to throw that right hand all the time. Stay alive. Let's throw some balls into this. Let's go.
Little smile from our translator, Kieran, as he said that.
Picasso said he's been hearing those types of, as he calls it, Nick Taraki tough love speeches ever since his days as a soccer player, where his father was his coach there as well. And they've never been more meaningful or important than that one. 6 minutes remaining. to pull off a remarkable upset, but it would take a radical change in how we've been seeing things thus far.
Yeah, and I just don't know how he changes it. You know, he doesn't seem to have that one punch power to trouble in a way. You know, it's a real uphill task. Again, you commend the skill here, shining through from the Japanese great. Look at the concentration on his eyes there, right in front of us here.
I mean, doing some quick math, look at the number of power shots thrown and then landed head and body. That's almost every second power shot he throws is landed.
Yeah, significant as well. The 43 landings to the body, they really have taken the wind out of the sails of Picasso. But again, I don't want to be too harsh on the Mexican. He's fine. He's just been second best. You know, a good fighter that stepped up levels and at the minute falling short, Mike.
And Dan, I think you're right, because you just look at Picasso's legs and they don't have nearly the same strength and steadiness they had in the early rounds. Those body shots are polarizing.
Well, not only that, but how often do you hear a fighter, knowing there's microphones around him, hit in the corner? Yeah, he hurt me to the body there. You just don't hear it that often unless it was pretty bad. The credit to Picasso, if indeed that is the case, he's in round 11 against maybe the most dangerous man in the sport.
Monster body shots from Inoue.
Inoue landing 47% of his power shots in this fight as we get to the final minute of round 11.
And Corey, that doesn't even account for all the shots, the blistering punches that are going right through the guard, and even not connecting, they're still hurting on the arms, on the elbows.
But look at this effort though from Picasso. Fair play, look. He's trying. He really is trying to back. He has backed Inoue into the corner, trying to land something on Sochi. Look at the defensive skills of Inoue. Just slipping and sliding and then flying back with fast hands.
Unbelievably relaxed for how violent of an offensive operator Inoue is. Look at that right hand over the top.
Slide!
Looking for a little motivation as we head into the final 3 minutes.
Just to keep covering yourself, the opponent's hook. That's all you need to do.
Next round, touch good. Pasos laterales, reloj. Ya naciste, tienes toda la gloria, papito. Te amo, hijo. Vamos, arriba,
Let's go. It's the last round. It's the most important round of your life.
Ron Picasso has 3 minutes to produce a miracle here as the 12th and final round begins. It's been a masterclass from Naoya Inoue thus far. Mike Coppinger, have you found a round to give Picasso?
You know, it is the holiday season, but I am not Santa Claus. I am not giving a gift.
Santa Coppinger, I have one here.
11 rounds for Inoue and no rounds for Picasso. And the only drama left is if Inoue can somehow score the knockout or Picasso can land that Hail Mary. But Inoue, as good as we've ever seen him, no slowdown from him whatsoever.
And he caught it in the Grinch, weren't they? The Picasso corner. And it feels to me it's how Inoue decides to box in this final round. Does he try and close the show in style, or does he just sort of cruise to a shutout point victory?
And again, as Darren said, I don't want to discredit Picasso because he has done good work in there, and he probably beat most of the best fighters in the world at 122 pounds on this night. He just happens to be facing a generational great.
Still really trying to get behind their man. Picasso was needed here.
Well, of course, Mexican fans, they're a group that appreciates effort, and we're getting that from Alan Picasso right to the final bell. Whether he wins or loses tonight, this is not the last that we'll see of him, and certainly won't be the end of his fan support back home. There from Picasso, but Inoue also landing to the body at the same time. Look at that movement of Inoue. It is just remarkable to see this up close.
Fantastic, he really is. Well, the as you say, but game effort here. So that's another left to at least be a lot more tighter with that right hand.
Shades, Mike Carpenter, maybe of that Naoya fight where Inoue got buzzed in the final 15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, big time credit to Picasso. I always hate when guys are down big on the cards and they show no urgency. He's trying his very best here to pull off a miracle.
Hard body shot there from Inoue. Another one right along the belt line. Oh, these are just sickening body shots that Picasso is absorbing.
Incredible. Hard shot from Picasso. Oh, left to the body. Then flies back with one of his own. Followed by uppercuts hurt.
Final 15 seconds.
12 seconds.
We have just witnessed again here in Riyadh. Special fighter.
Such a squad side.
Who in the world is better than that man?
Maybe only the man sitting ringside, Alexander Usyk.
I think that's the only argument to be had.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. But that was a class display. You know, again, all done in first and second gear. Could have gone through the gears, but you know, if you're enjoying a fight, Corey, sometimes just let it flow. Relax your work, and we see that. A brave effort for this man here. He can be proud of himself. He can come again, as you say.
Hey, why not Alan Picasso against Sebastian Hernandez next year?
Do it. We're talking about two semi-finals facing each other. Well, look, the losers could be two semi-finals. Let's see them two fight each other.
That's the greatest consolation bracket of all time.
Yeah, and look, we paid to see it, but look at the work from Inoue. It was just class. It really was, you know, all done at canter. Some good work. The left hook just bouncing off the chin, but the brave effort from the Mexican Picasso deserves a mention, but you're just seeing an elite level fighter unfold in front of your eyes. Nothing you can be proud of Picasso. He really can. He can come again. I want to see him fight again. He would have loved bundles, but then the 4 or 5 unanswered lefts to the body. Look at that, just slipping inside again, not over-exaggerating the movement. That one on the waistband of Picasso. But these were doing damage. They've done damage all throughout that contest fight.
And also, Darren, I think what's not discussed enough is Inoue is 32 years old. He's right getting to that point where the fighters in the lower weight classes usually start to decline, but no slippage whatsoever on this night.
The fan zone deciding who won this one, 93%.
Wait, who are the 7%? Are these all from Mexico? Like, where were they watching?
I think the front row right there was your answer. Ring 6 takes place on January 31st in New York City as Teofimo Lopez puts his WBO and ring titles on the line against the undefeated phenom Shakur Stevenson, who is making the jump to 140 in a bid to add a championship in a 4th weight class. That's live and exclusive here on DAZN. And you see the respect being shown by Naoya Inoue, who again looks as fresh as he did when he strolled to the ring about 40 or 50 minutes ago.
It's been a great night. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Really have. Seen a bit of everything, haven't we? Some real class on display.
All right, we are ready to make this one official. Let's send it back up to Michael Buffer.
On file time tonight in 2025.
After 12 the championship rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. Steve Weisfeld scores at 119-109. Dion Duarte has it 120-108. Julio Fernandez scores at 117-111. All three judges have it for the winner by unanimous decision. Still undefeated and still the undisputed.
Yes!
Masterful performance from the monster, still the ring and undisputed champion. Again, adding to that illustrious stat line that he has. 27-0 now. Just had to pull that back up. 27-0 in title fights.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And like we said earlier, matching the record of the great Larry Holmes of 4 Ring Magazine title defenses in a calendar year. But Corey, we made a big deal, and rightfully so, about the 118-110 scorecard in the Nakatani Hernandez fight. Who was the judge that found 3 rounds for Alain Picasso? That is outrageous in its own right.
Now look at the Grinch. The Grinch. No, but I'm with you. That was a shutout, without a shadow of a doubt. He tried Picasso. He really did. He gave it his all. But again, I say he was just in there with an elite level fighter.
Inoue with a brand new ring belt, and now he is standing by with Inoue.
We are just waiting for Naoya to take off all the belts. Naoya, it's a long process. There are so many belts. And before we start the interview, Rick Reno, I believe you have another belt for Inoue.
Naoya Inoue is an exceptional world champion. He's become the first Ring Magazine champion to match the record of the great heavyweight Larry Holmes by making 4 successful defenses of the Ring Magazine belt in a single calendar year. Matching that record, put in an exceptional performance tonight against a very gutsy challenger in Picasso, who hung in there for the full 12 rounds. And in honor of that, on behalf of Ring Magazine and His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, I'm presenting Naoya Inoue with a brand new Ring Magazine belt that I know he's wanted.
Another belt for Inoue to add to his collection. How many more belts does Inoue want to win?
ベルトのコレクションにまた一つ追加されたわけですけれども、あといくつぐらいベルトを獲得したいですか？
そうですね、今夜新しく、リングイッシュのベルトをもらえたんですが、まあ今夜は良くなかったです。なんだろうな、良くなかった。
Thank you very much. I got a new Ring Magazine belt tonight, but actually my performance tonight is not good enough. I should have done better.
You're always very tough in your performances. It's been 4 fights this year, 4 wins. It's been perfect. What could he have done more?
試合はタフなものだったと思いますが、今年4試合をやって4勝しました。今後どのようなことを目標にしていくんでしょうか？
そうですね、今年4試合こなすことができて、自分自身満足はしてますけども、ちょっと少し疲れました。ちょっとゆっくり休みます。
Yeah, I'm very happy that I could win 4 matches this year, but actually I'm really tired, so I would have to rest for a while.
Yes, I think he deserves some rest as well.